right, everybody. Oh, wait, we have our waters. Okay. All right, everyone. All right, Trustee Church, before I hit the gavel, I want to make sure you can hear. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Great. All right, it is 2:03 p.m. on Tuesday, November 28th, and this is a regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. And now I would like to invite Clerk Rodriguez for roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Mayberry. Vice President Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
I'm here. President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake.
Here.
Trustee Woodley.
Here.
And Trustee Church.
Here.
Zoom. And our student representative, I believe, is delayed.
Yep,
Rebecca Warren.
she'll be here in about 45 minutes. She is prepping for some math tests. All right, and now we'll move on to item 1.03. There are a lot of people in our district that do work in the background, and this particular person helps make other people look good on a regular basis. But today, I would like to acknowledge her. From our communications team, Vicki Campbell, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And now, item 1.04, our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope for a better life. And some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, and New-Woo, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. That closes Section 1, and now we will move on to Section 2. These are our consent agenda items. I am aware of a few items that we will be pulling. And I'll first start with that staff is having us pull item 2.13. This is going to be entirely off the meeting agenda today. We will bring that back for consideration at a future meeting. And Trustee Westlake has reached out with a request to pull item 2.11. And Trustee Nicolette has requested to pull item 2.12. So Jay, it's okay. JJ, let's make sure we alert those teams so that they're ready. And that brings us to the remaining items. So really quick, wanted to double check that there are no other items that any of my colleagues are looking to pull. All right. So that means that together in a group, we will be considering items 2.02 to 2.10. Does anyone have any comment on those items before I go to public comment on those together as a group? All right. Seeing none. JJ, do we have any public comment for 2.02 to 2.10?
I have no cards.
Okay, so now I will bring it back to my colleagues.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.10.
So moved. Or second, sorry.
All right, motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. Seeing no lights on and also checking for Trustee Church, seeing no hands or lights. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Excellent. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much, colleagues. And now we'll move on to item 2.11. This is the approval of the proposed replacement videos for the Sexuality, Health, and Responsibility Education, also known as SHARE, fourth grade curriculum. This is an item for possible action. And we will invite up Rochelle Proctor, our SHARE coordinator, and Kendra Farks. I gave you a new last name. It's Fox, not Frox, Director of Secondary Curriculum. Thank you so much for being with us. And once they get sat down, as our trustee that's pulled the item, I will defer to you to start. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. I'm just going to make this really quick because, and I really don't even need to say anything. I could just vote, but I did want to preface my vote and compliment the committee on the selection of the videos. I watched everything. Very factual, very informative, excellent choices. I have to say I am going to vote no. I know it doesn't matter because we've already approved SHARE, but I just feel that for fourth graders, I'd like them to retain their innocence a little longer and not have the exposure to all of this. There are things that I do think fourth graders should be aware of and fifth graders, but the only reason I'm voting no is for that aspect, not because of the quality or the information contained in the videos. I think you guys did a really, really good job. Thank you.
Trustee Church.
Yeah, I'll just comment. Obviously, SHARE is a big issue with some of my constituents. I put it out to some of those that might be considered on the conservative side to see if they approved. Nobody responded negatively. I'm not aware of any public comments that are negative. And so nobody's reached out to me at all in a negative fashion. So I'll be voting yes.
All right. I see no other lights on. So JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no cards.
All right. I'll bring it back to this body then. Clerk Rodriguez?
Yes, I'm going to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the proposed replacement videos for the fourth grade sexual health and responsibility education SHARE curriculum.
I second.
That was a nice try, Trustee Woodley. Vice President Nicolette got to you, though. So motion by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Vice President Nicolette. Seeing no lights or hands for further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 6-1. Great presentation, everybody. Thank you. At least on the SHARE side, I think that was a record. Merry Christmas. All right, moving on to item 2.12. This is the approval of the creation of a permanent chief of schools position, reporting to the superintendent of schools for an estimated cost of $258,136. This is an item for possible action, and our presenter on this is Dr. Susan Enfield. Dr. Enfield, would you like to lead us off, or would you like Vice President Nicolette to start with her questions? I'm happy to defer either way. Vice President Nicolette, would you like to start, or would you like Dr. Enfield? It's very much up to you.
Would you like me to start, Dr.?
Please,
Okay.
go ahead. I'm
All right.
fine.
Thank you so much. So as you know, we've had one-on-one conversations in our board meeting prep and also some information in your highlights. The shift that we have made to increasing our associate chiefs, focusing on their very visible and regular presence in schools, supporting our principals as instructional leaders to improve the quality and consistency of instruction district-wide, has definitely broadened the scope of the traditional chief academic officer role. And it is now a role that is bigger than one person. And Dr. Parks has been shouldering that. But it is clear that with 15 direct reports, which is double what any other chief has, that's a scope of oversight that is challenging. The associate chiefs, while wonderful, some of them are new in their role, they're still calibrating. Their calibration and professional learning is critical to make sure that we're getting that consistency and quality across all of our schools, and that will take dedicated time, along with, I think, and conversations I've had around needs to improve our teacher and principal evaluation process so that it truly focuses on professional growth and allows people for meaningful feedback and opportunities to grow within their role. At the same time, We have adopted, the trustees adopted a 3-year strategic plan that has set very ambitious and I believe entirely appropriate targets for student achievement. That means that we need dedicated leadership for instruction and teaching and learning in addition to school leadership calibration and supervision. This is not a crazy idea that your crazy superintendent came up with on her own. This is actually a model, as I shared with you, that is quite common in systems of our size and complexity, given the number of schools that we have. And so in the interest of ensuring that we continue to see, and I believe you all have shared with me, based on your visits to schools and what you've heard from principals, that they are appreciating this new model and this new level of support that they're receiving from the associate chiefs, for that work to continue to grow and improve, and for our work on improving teaching and learning, which we all know is a priority based on the quality of education presentations that we have been giving, that we need to separate out these two roles and have a chief academic officer who will focus exclusively on instructional issues and implementation, and a chief of schools that will focus on leadership support and professional growth and evaluation of school staff as well. So I'll stop there and open it up for questions.
And I will invite Vice President Nicolette as the trustee who pulled the item to lead us off.
Totally understand everything you said, Superintendent Enfield, and it makes sense. Also, I've got 3 reasons why I am going to vote no on this, unless there's some compelling reason that someone can come up with. I've given this a lot of thought. I read through all the schools, school districts that were provided as a solid evidence for people that are doing this. It didn't really show any solid evidence to me of its efficacy or efficiency, but one could assume, especially in large public school districts like Chicago and Denver and Atlanta. Having said that, I'm still very reticent, and I have 3, I believe, compelling reasons why I think we should not do this at this time. Absolutely concur. In fact, I remember mentioning when you were new to Washoe County School District, Superintendent Enfield, that I thought our academic office was on overload, and I still do. And even with that, they do a marvelous job. So this is not a quality issue, this is a timing issue. You brought up the strategic goals, which leads me really into, I think, kind of a scaffolded approach to what I'm thinking. Our goals, we have our 5 goals, and I think it's excellent, this document that we have. And long after Susan Enfield has gone elsewhere, and wish you well, of course, we still have this document, and it's a wonderful guiding document. And goal 1 is strong start for every child, which I think most of you know is a passion for me, all the way through empowering all our learners. And that includes what we currently have, which are preschools through 22-year-olds, given Rise and Piccolo. So we have a vast array of ages with discrete areas of expertise and needs. I don't think one chief of schools is enough. So for me, it's not about the money at all. Well, it's always about the money. It's about what we really need to align with our strategic goals. Furthermore, to align with what I kind of struggled with, because sometimes change is difficult, our new associate chief verticals, which I think are wonderful. Brilliant minds came together to bring this together. You have your elementary vertical, that should be 1 chief of schools. And then you have your middle and your high school, which should be the 2nd chief of schools. Because I will tell you, in my 50 years of being in education, from infant all the way through higher ed to training foster grandparents, the level of expertise that is going to be needed to ensure that we are providing strong starts all the way through stellar exits is going to take more than 1 chief of schools. and I've given this a lot of thought. I have lost sleep about this. We will just be bringing in one more top-notch administrator, executive leader that is going to be overtaxed in a system that is huge, that we try and fill so many needs for so many people that it's too much of a job. We need 2. I think 3 would be awesome, but I'm going to stop at 2. 2. So therefore, I also think that the people that are here could bring on someone new and good things could happen. But I do think that we will be bringing in a new superintendent. Lord knows what that's going to look like, but we will do our best. And I think that person should make these decisions along with the people that are here, the experts that are here, that have been here for a while and have done the hard work for so long. And that's how I think it should look. So having said that, I'm going to vote no, even knowing that we need more instructional and academic, strong leaders making good things continue to happen.
May I? Thank you, President. Thank you, Dr. Vice President Nicolette. It's pretty rare that a superintendent brings administrator forward and gets 3. So I know that's not what I'm getting. I'm just saying. I'm just going to write down the day and time because that's a bit of a rarity in my world. I'd like to just float this for your consideration and completely respect what you're saying, and you raised some very important points. Number one, I absolutely agree that the chief academic officer position should be the hire of the new superintendent. I don't hear, but what I hear you saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you're not saying that we don't need the chief academic officer role. You're actually thinking we may need more than one chief of schools role. So this is what I would propose, because time is of the essence. Every day that goes by is a day that we're not moving forward with our strategic plan as aggressively as we'd like to. What I would like to propose, because these things take time, we will do a broad recruitment for that chief academic officer. What I would propose is, if the board is agreeable, that we come up with that job description, that we post it and begin casting a net to see who we get internal and external, and that the hiring is not done by me, but that we at least initiate the process so that position can be filled in as timely a position as possible, because I think that the system needs that. So that's what I would just offer.
Thank you. Thank you for your thinking, and here's a question to that. It still doesn't address what I feel is extremely important in our executive leadership structure. It still does not address the fact that we need to have a more discrete focus on chiefs of schools, because bringing in someone to wrap their mind around 3-year-old to 22-year-old, I can't. No, it's not a good framework for success, especially given our strategic plan, which is very strong, and our current vertical alignments. I think if we could, to address your interesting idea, if we could post a chief of schools preschool through 5th grade, chief of schools 6th grade through through 12 or 22, we have to figure out how that looks. That would be different. But to post this one job that's going to come in and, okay, now wait a minute, we need more, so we don't want you to, no, I can't do it.
Can I just clarify one thing? So we wouldn't be posting for chief of schools right now. We would be posting for the chief academic officer position. Dr. Parks would be in the chief of schools role. Now, if the chief of schools role and what you're talking about, sort of how that looks, that can be for further discussion. The only thing that I am asking the trustees to consider right now, so conversation around chief of schools and what that looks like, I think that should absolutely continue, and I think you raised some very good points. I do think wherever that lands, there is no denying that we need a chief academic officer to focus on. And to be very honest with you, it may very well be, because as you said, P through age 22 is a broad spectrum. It may be that we want to specify that this chief academic officer is P12, right? And that we would have another, level of supervision or support for 18 and over, which is not uncommon in districts that I've worked in. So there's other iterations there, but I do feel strongly that there is a need for that chief academic officer. Again, not my hire, but if we at least have the approval to get the job description going, to start that process, I think it would be helpful so that when there is leadership transition, they actually are teed up to move with some nimbleness, if you will.
Thank you, Madam President. And Dr. Infel, I hear you, but I have to kind of echo quite a bit what Vice President Nicolette said. I do feel like this board has been very supportive of you with everything in your vision, your leadership, your goals, and our vision. But just as how you came in and got things going, with the new superintendent, we don't know what that vision is going to be. And there's a lot of uncertainty. They may do a reorg themselves. But at this time, just with the changes to come, I just hate to throw in another executive leadership team member with the incoming superintendent. I feel like that should be a decision with the incoming superintendent should make, me personally. So at this time, I can't support this either, but I do appreciate your input.
Thank you, President Smith. So in reading the description and understanding the need for this position, I'll say we should move forward with this, but in hearing what Trustee Nicolette and what Trustee Rodriguez has just said, I'm just kind of formulating, if someone new is coming in, and I wish that was not the case, but someone new coming in, this is another high-paid position. What if the new superintendent, yes, that would be nice to have that position, but there's something else that he or she's would be much more needed for them to carry out the strategic plan. And now we've added another high-paid position, and we really need over here, and because everybody thinks of different things. I mean, that's why people throw out ideas, because that's how you get to the best option. They're like, well, yeah, that would be great, but this is what we really need to get this plan. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to vote no, only because I just don't know what the vision of the superintendent will be to carry out the strategic plan, and there might be greater needs than adding another high-paid administrative position at this time. I just would have to vote no. Thank you.
We're going to go to Trustee Church, and then we'll go to public comment, because we should definitely hear from the public on this as well, too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is one that I would never normally micromanage, because it's essentially micromanaging the superintendent's decision. We do get a lot of feedback about the bureaucracy. We have fallen from 64,000 students to 61,000. On the 20th, when I heard about the superintendent resigning, and then the 21st is when the agenda came out, immediately I was researching this. I was communicating with other trustees and or constituents. And it's one I can go either way on. This is what's wonderful about this kind of public debate, because this is an issue that's not 6-1 or 7-0. This is a tough decision. I guess my first thought is that whoever gets hired understands that the new superintendent may eliminate the position. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we have every right to do that, I think, and if not, legal can set me straight. But that's the first problem. The second issue is this maybe somebody we're looking at that might fill the shoes of the superintendent? We're not hiring them for that. The third thing, this is very confusing. It's a $260,000 a year. I think what I just heard was that's is opposite of what the proposal is. We are hiring a chief of schools. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I may have misheard. I thought I heard Dr. Enfield saying that Dr. Parks would become chief of schools, and this would become the chief academic officer. So I definitely need clarification on that. But those are my basic concerns. I haven't made up my mind. It's a great discussion, but I am very concerned that the motion that we have in front of us is for chief of schools at 260,000. And I think I just heard that that's going to be Dr. Parks and this is going to be an academic officer. So I would ask for some clarification on that before we proceed.
May I? So that was a staff error. You are right, Trustee Church. It should have said on the agenda Chief Academic Officer, not Chief of Schools, because that would be Dr. Parks. And I will just say, and obviously have completely respect what all the trustees are saying, and it is your decision. I will tell you, I can't imagine that you would find a superintendent who will come in and look at this strategic plan and not say that they don't need strong academic leadership. And right now, it's just so much for that. So.
One more comment then. I'm definitely a no because I don't know if it's even legal. We can ask legal, but that's not what the agenda says. So, and then to muddy the waters that further, I'm a no.
So, Trustee Church, I'm going to defer really quickly to our Chief Legal Counsel to offer a bit of clarification to keep us all on track, and then we will go to public comment.
Yeah, so the way to think about this is not as who fills the position, but what positions exist and then what position is being created. So it's really irrelevant that Dr. Parks would be taking over the Chief of Schools position. We already have a Chief Academic Officer. So we are creating a Chief of Schools position if this is passed. Now, who fills that position, that's up to the superintendent. It's whether or not you, as the Board of Trustees, want to fund the creation of this new position.
Right.
So this is fine, the way it is.
If I might, then
of course.
Once again, we should have been told that. It should have been on the public record that this was going to be for Dr. Parks, not for somebody. And I'm not saying he's good or bad. It's just a total shock. So, I got to go no.
It was in highlights. Okay.
That part might have been in the highlights as I remember it. But I do understand. So just for clarification, we do have a Chief Academic Officer right now. So really the role that's looking to be created is the Chief of Schools. Relevant who would be going into that, but really the second position would be the pair to that. But very, very good area to clarify, Trustee Church. Thank you. JJ, do we have any public comment?
Roger Edwards.
Hi, Mr. Edwards. Welcome. Thank you, sir.
The board received an email from Kaylin Evans.
So I'll bring it back here. What I'd like to share is that if there's any chief that I would approve, it would be separating out these two positions. It's an idea that I do like. I see the benefits for it. I do understand that this is a best practice in other districts of our size. I do, however, very much understand that with a new leader, there may be a different approach to the organizational structure. So I am not opposed to this idea, and I do want to be on the record that I am open to organizational change in the future, and I absolutely see the value in this. But I am going to defer to who our next CEO is and in the determination that they make with that. But again, I think a lot of this dialogue, should anyone who's interested in joining the Washoe County School District in the future watch this meeting, you are hearing an openness to organizational change and even to this role at some point in the future. That's how I feel. Clerk Rodriguez, I know you wanted to jump back in.
Yes, Madam President. I just one last statement. I'm not so much just saying no, just not right now. It's my two. But I am ready to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees does not approve consent agenda item 2.12.
I second.
All right, motion by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Westlake. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Just for the record, we're voting no. We're voting not to approve it.
That is correct. So the motion is to not move forward. All right. So just for clarification, anyone who votes aye, which is what I'm about to call for, means we would not be moving forward with the
One
rule.
more question.
Of course.
Was there public comment?
Yes, sir. There was one person who filled out a card, but he declined because our dialogue, as appropriate, answered the question for him. And then we had one email public comment as well. Very good. All right. So all those in favor of not moving forward with the roll, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right. Motion carries 6-1. Thank you. All right, so that finishes section 2, and now we will move on to section 3. These are our items for presentation, discussion, information, and or action. And we will start with item 3.01. This is presentation and possible action to provide preliminary approval to the proposed revisions to the board policy 4110, talent acquisition, updating the policy to meet the goals of balanced governance, and to meet the direction of the Board of Trustees related to board policies and the initiation of the 13-day public review and comment period. This is an item for possible action. So we have Mr. Rombardo, our Chief General Counsel, as the presenter, but I'm going to co-present on this and provide a little bit of information. We can go ahead and pull up the draft with the red lines. So as my colleagues know, I work in close partnership with Dr. Thomas Alsbury in a consultative fashion. It's part of our board policy work that we do on a regular basis to review board policies, and I generally work with Dr. Alsbury to review the policies and to strengthen the areas of it as it relates to balanced governance. So this was one of those policies that Dr. Alsbury and I talked about in the late summer, early fall, and we made some changes related to that. And then also legal made some changes around cleaning things up. And then also areas of our board policy where we've been making changes along the way with regards to definitions and various things. So that's the background on this. I haven't received any comments or thoughts from our colleagues, and I don't see any lights on now unless Trustee Church is on there. Just before we call for public comment, because I don't see any lights on. And this is just for this board policy. Okay, seeing no lights. JJ, do we have any public comment for this item? 3.01.
I have no cards for this item.
Okay. If there's no questions or comments, we can bring it back to the body.
Ready to make a motion? Move that the Board of Trustees provides preliminary approval to propose revisions of Board Policy 4110, Talent Acquisition and Initiatives, the 13-day public review and comment period.
I second.
Good job, Trustee Woodley. I saw Dr. Nicolette trying there. All right, so motion by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Woodley. Seeing no lights or comments, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. And now we will move on to item 3.02. This is the approval of the recommendation of the Zoning Advisory Committee to modify the enrollment boundaries of the following schools in the Spanish Springs area effective for the 2024-25 school year: for John C. Bohatch Elementary School, Bud Beasley Elementary School, Spanish Springs Elementary School, Edward Van Gorder Elementary School, Yvonne Shaw Middle School, Sky Ranch Middle School, and Lou Mendive Middle School. This is an item for possible action. And in front of us, we have our Chief Operating Officer, Adam Searcy, and the Zoning Advisory Committee Chair, Christine Hall. Thank you so much for being with us. And I know you're going to jump in for us, but I will share just a general thank you to our Zoning Advisory Committee Chair, to you, and on behalf of the entire board, to your full committee for all the work that you do. We are deeply, deeply grateful for our volunteer committees that go into our communities and do hours and hours of work on our behalf. So thank you. And on that note, we will open it up to you.
So, good afternoon. For the record, Adam Searcy, Chief Operating Officer for the school district. I'll always begin with the WCSD promise. We will know every student by name, strength, and need so they graduate prepared for the future they choose. And we will deliver on this promise in partnership with our families and community. And I really wanted to emphasize that last section because this is yet another shining example of how when we do our sometimes difficult work in genuine partnership with our families and community, that our true promise is realized. So I'm going to turn this over to our committee chairwoman to describe to you that process. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Christine Hull for the record. I'm the current chair of the Zoning Advisory Committee. We are a volunteer group, and we are also grateful to be able to do this really, really important work. And so as an overview, we met several times about this particular topic, and I know that you all recently had some action that pushed us to do this. So on September 12th, your body agreed to have us look at rezoning Bow Hatch. The decision was made not to build a new school in Spanish Springs as there was capacity in the other schools in the area. But Bow Hatch and Sky Ranch were both incredibly overcrowded. And so we had the opportunity to deal with that. And it's really, really important work that schools are balanced. It's so, so important that schools are in a position that they can manage the load, because it's not just about the actual classroom capacity, it's also about the public, the common spaces in the schools. And our new schools are built with amazing and beautiful common spaces, but for example, Bow Hatch has 4 lunches, and that is not feasible for an elementary school. Lunch all day going, basically, right? We've got kids eating at like 10:30 in the morning. So we started this process. So in September, we met here in this room, and in October, we met in this room. And then Adam's team lifted a lot of barriers and made sure that we could have our November meeting in person in the community, and that was at Sky Ranch. Or no, did we meet at Sky? Yes, Sky Ranch. I was at Bow Hatch too, so I'm trying to remember. So we met at Sky Ranch, and that was so wonderful because we had an opportunity to make sure that with all the traffic and congestion out there, getting here is a little difficult for that community. In addition, our team met with 7 of the schools impacted by these zoning decisions. I personally went and met with nearly every principal. If I didn't meet with them in person, I was able to email with them. We held a parent meeting at Shaw and got some great ideas. We also held a well-attended meeting at Bow Hatch, and several of the Sky Ranch parents were also in attendance as they have kids at both schools. And thank you, Trustee Mayberry, for attending that meeting as well. Really appreciated your participation in that. So it was really, really important that we had opportunities to be out in the community, speaking with the parents, speaking with the principals, and getting an idea of what each of the schools needed, what their facilities looked like. So that was our process. We have had a lot of options that we've gone through since September. I mean, the maps were quite a lot. These were some of the big options presented, and a lot of these options came from those conversations. We had conversations from public comment, whether via email or in person. We had ideas presented from parents at the parent meetings. We had a lot of really great conversations around all the various moves. So there were, I think, at least 10 schools on a regular basis in each of our options. which is not easy, right? Because we're doing some middle school and elementary rezoning. So lots of big decisions. I do know that you all had access to a lot of the maps, but I know we tried to narrow it down for this particular presentation. A couple of other things that we always consider, we always look at variances. We always get data about the incoming and outgoing variances so that we have a better idea of the students who are truly zoned for that school and what that number would look like excluding variances. We also had to have some really new conversations about the school of choice policy that you all have recently enacted, and it has created some changes. So one of the big changes is a piece of that policy is that all schools impacted by a rezone will not be eligible to receive a variance for the incoming school year, right? So the school year where the rezone happens. However, existing variances will continue to be honored, and that was really important for a lot of families who are already set in their communities for various reasons. We have families who the mom is a teacher at that school, and so they bring their children to that school, or they might work near that school, so it works better for them. So those will continue to be honored. We also, as part of our visits to each school, had a conversation with every principal about special programs at their school, including pre-K programs, CLS programs, and any program that is taking up classroom space. So that is calculated in all of our numbers, and it's really important that we talk about that. What's not considered in our base capacity is portables. And we know that we moved some portables to both Bow Hatch and Sky Ranch. And so we do not include that in the percentages that you see in front of you. That's really important. And a unique piece of this particular rezone also included the GT program, which is at Sky Ranch and has about 100 students at it. And so while that's not in our purview to move, we did discuss that there was 100 students there at that school, and it's a school that was overcrowded. So it was brought up by a few public comments. It was also brought up by our committee. So we did want to make sure that you all were aware that we did talk about it, but that's an academic decision and not purview of the Zoning Advisory Committee. So our guidance from the administrative regulations really helped our decision this time. We had a lot of conversations around all of this, and we consistently go back to this. These 6 pieces of guidance help us to make our decision, which is not an easy decision because we are impacting families, and we know that. And so relying on this administrative regulation is really, truly important. And several of our conversations, we started drifting towards different models and then went back to this. We also went back to what your charge was to us, which was to relieve the overcrowding at Bow Hatch. And so the decision needed to be made. The recommendation that we made is entirely based on this administrative regulation, as well as the charge you gave us, which was to relieve the overcrowding. So no decision is going to be easy, and I know you all have a lot of questions for us, so I think we'll get right into the maps.
Okay, so building off of this Admin Reg 7107, there's a couple of excerpts here on the slide titled Double Rezone Dynamics. And we touched on this right out of the gate with the committee, and we remained steadfast and attempted to embed it in the draft recommendation today. Basically, not only does the Section 4A3 stipulate that students in the highest grade rising, so in this case incoming 5th graders or incoming 8th graders, would be guaranteed a variance to remain at their current school for their final year. But the second section there, 4A4, suggests that basically we don't want to rezone a student more than once in their time at that school, right? If we have to rezone them once, That's not a decision to be made lightly, but we really should not do it twice in their elementary school career, or middle or high for that matter. And unfortunately, the solution that's being recommended does potentially trigger that scenario for an estimated 28 possible students, sort of highlighted in those areas. And so this motion very specifically was made by the committee to not only, they're already entitled to a variance to remain at their school of choice, however, to also provide those students with transportation. So just wanted to get that out of the way right up front, that for all intents and purposes, those students would not be affected by this recommendation. So diving directly into the description of the actual recommendation, we've just got a couple of slides. First and foremost, I want to highlight, you saw that, really dense page of options. 8 formal options were composed and analyzed in tremendous detail. And as a testament to this process and to the work of the committee and the community, a ninth, still a further hybrid was devised through their deliberation, and ultimately is what you see here today. So I really wanted to highlight that good work. Also, by way of orientation, there is nothing in this recommendation that affects high school zoning. So just make that crystal clear. We're only talking about elementary and middle. Don't squint at these maps too hard. There's some larger scale ones on the next pages. But again, by way of orientation, the colors represent the middle school enrollment boundaries. You should somewhat be able to see 3 different shades of blue, illustrating Shaw, Sky Ranch, and Mendive zones. And then the orange lines illustrate the existing elementary school boundaries, and then some dashed lines to talk about the areas that we're proposing to move. What this recommendation suggests is that only 2 elementary school boundaries are adjusted, or 2 adjacent elementary schools are being impacted so as to relieve Bohatch. Specifically, a portion of Bohatch's current zone is being rezoned into Spanish Springs Elementary, and a portion of Bohatch's current zone is being rezoned into Van Gorder Elementary Zone. Because Spanish Springs Elementary currently matriculates to Shaw Middle School, all of the students who are being rezoned from Bohatch into Spanish Springs Elementary would also matriculate into Shaw Middle School. So when we get into the numbers, you'll see how that portion of this recommendation not only increases the future projected enrollments at Spanish Springs Elementary, but also at Shaw. So that's the move. Then the move Bohatch to Van Gorder is pretty straightforward. You'll see that on the next slide. That's actually unrelated to the middle school. They go to Sky Ranch Middle School now, and they would continue to go to Sky Ranch Middle School at Van Gorder. And then the final portion of this recommendation is to move the Beasley Elementary School enrollment zone, not modify the elementary school zone itself, but rather direct them to Mendive Middle School as opposed to Sky Ranch Middle School. Okay, so a little easier to understand on these larger scale maps. The 3 major portions of this, we'll start at the top. You can see that yellow arrow and that dashed red line. That's generally the Stonebrook development, also Andelin Farms, etc. That area is to move to Spanish Springs Elementary School and thereby also move to Shaw Middle School. Speaking of middle schools, down at the bottom of the slide in that white arrow, you can see the entirety of the existing Beasley zone moving to the Mendive Middle School vertical, as opposed to currently at Sky Ranch, no change to the elementary school boundary. And then the third piece of this recommendation is that middle arrow, the Wingfield Hills neighborhoods, if you're familiar with that part of town, moving into Van Gorder, just a change at the elementary school level. The second and third portions, so that Beasley to Mendive move and that Wingfield Hills to Van Gorder move, are actually basically restorations of pre-2019 conditions, pre-Bohatch and Sky Ranch. Beasley actually used to feed into Mendive, and the Wingfield Hills community actually was zoned for Van Gorder. So there was some familiarity and comfort with those adjustments across the community. I also wanted to mention on this slide that the impacts to the transportation department are anticipated to be cost neutral. These changes are effectively just transfers of service. The kids in the Beasley zone get a bus to Sky Ranch now. They'll get a bus to Mendive in the future. No additional costs to the district. So sometimes it's helpful to toggle back and forth between the before and after slide. We've got the before, as I just articulated, and the after. So you can see those orange lines moving a bit. The Van Gorder zone picking up those kids in the Wingfield Hills areas, staying that darker blue associated with Sky Ranch. You can see that Spanish Springs zone moving south of La Posada and turning light turquoise to match the rest of Shaw. And then you can see Beasley's zone staying the same but turning a lighter shade of blue to reflect its alignment with Mendive. So these are the after conditions on a map, and these are the after conditions on an enrollment projection map. This data is very, very important in all of our conversations and decision making, but as you can imagine, it's not the sole data point that we talk about. There are a number of different options. As you saw in attachment B associated with this item, our November presentation to the zoning committee, that do reflect acceptably on this difficult choice, but it was really through the robust discussion with the community and the committee that we landed on this one. So these are the projected enrollment impacts. This includes all of the variables we discussed previously, the special programs, the variances, the guaranteed highest grade rising variances, the double rezone variances. To the best of our ability, accurately projects the enrollment impacts not only for the first year of impact, 24-25, but ongoing into the future based on this alignment. You know, last point I wanted to make on this slide was really just that, you know, while a very difficult decision, you know, this was the conversation in early September with the board about how to provide this relief to these overcrowded schools as soon as possible. Rather than building a new school, we're able to rebalance this enrollment and provide that overcrowding relief in some instances and underutilization relief in some instances. You can see Spanish Springs and Shaw receiving moderate to significant numbers of additional students immediately in 24-25 and growing thereafter. All again in partnership with our families and community represented through the Zoning Advisory Committee. So that's the end of the details. I want to hand it back off to Chair Hull for some closing remarks. Thank you.
So you all can see the recommendation that we made, and as Adam mentioned, this was a really hard decision, and we know that the schools that were being underutilized very, very much wanted more students. They want to offer electives in the middle schools. They want to offer programs for their schools in the elementary and in the middle school. There's a lot of dynamics in Spanish Springs that made us have truly so many great conversations. We have some really big roads out there that are a bit of a barrier, but not a complete barrier. We've crossed Virginia, we've crossed Pyramid, we've been able to do those kinds of things that in the past we hadn't. So I know that you have a lot of questions for us, and so I don't think I need to read this whole thing, but I do want to reiterate the double rezone as a really important factor, that those 28 students who started kindergarten in one school and then moved to Bohatch and are potentially being rezoned again should absolutely be given a little extra for their families. And so if we can make sure that their provided transportation. That was really, really important to our committee. And so that would be a 1-year only transportation for those 28 students. Otherwise, the transportation was net neutral. And that was another really big conversation that we've had since President Smith was our chair, that we've really, really tried to minimize transportation impacts. And instead of adding more buses, if we can find neutral ways to make rezones. It's not always perfect, but in this situation, we felt that this was the overall best option that we had. So we'll take your questions.
Thank you so much. I know that my colleagues have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
For this portion, as we typically do, let's try to keep it in the area of clarifying questions, bringing out information. As we just saw from one of our previous items, this dialogue helps our community out in the audience as they're giving public comment. So we'll flesh those things out. I know that there's questions on curriculum and different areas. I do see Trustee Mayberry's light on, but I just have a quick thing to start with. In following along and looking at the presentation, it looks like you didn't take one of the off-the-shelf original ideas. It looks like the committee, through its work, created, through feedback and multiple meetings, in a custom option based on that. Can you just walk us through that one more time? I know you touched on it in the beginning, but I think it's a great starting off point as my colleagues jump in. And Trustee Mayberry, you will lead us off after this.
Yeah, so we are really lucky to have several members of our committee who have long-standing experience in this area. We have a school principal from a Sparks Middle School, an assistant principal. We have a teacher at one of the middle schools impacted by this. We have a parent and an educator on the committee, and I myself grew up in Sparks, and so I'm very familiar. My nephews go to these schools. And so I got to see my nephews in the second grade trailers out at Bohatch, and that was really cool. They were like, "Why are you here?" They were very confused, out of place for them. And so it was a really important part of the process for us to really hear the people who are living and working in the community to get an idea of what was important. And initially, I will start with the piece of the Beasley students in that zone once they finish 5th grade at Bud Beasley to move over to Mendive rather than going to Sky Ranch. That idea actually came from several members of our committee because that school had traditionally gone to Mendive. And when Sky Ranch opened, as we know, Shaw and Mendive became severely undercrowded. And so that idea came from there, and it was not initially a part of the conversation. And then we had several conversations around the Spanish Springs and Van Gorder schools. We even looked at the Hubble Bubble, which you will see in a few of the options. Apparently that's what that's called. And that's Hubble has, if you notice in the final recommendation, there's kind of a little nose of the Van Gorder zone. And so we did look at the Hubble Bubble and if it would be an option for it to go to Spanish Springs, but it impacted transportation. And those students can currently walk to school. And so while, yes, they would fit in Spanish Springs and that would absolutely help with the Shaw enrollment, we have to go back to those administrative regulations. And they're in walking distance to a school that they've traditionally always gone to. And it just did not feel right. So yes, we took several pieces. We had some great feedback from the community about traffic directions. So we had one particular small subdivision that we had looked at going to Sepulveda. And after hearing some feedback from not only the principal at Sepulveda about the drop-off court, I don't know if anybody's done that little roundabout there at Sepulveda, as well as the traffic on Sparks Boulevard. We had several parents who said that's a huge impediment for us. And so we made the decision to take that off the table. And we had a few other areas that were newer, some new apartments being built off of Vista. And we initially thought they could go to Beasley. That really didn't work again because of traffic directions. And we had to do that in North Valleys as well. So we had a lot of really great conversations around it and kind of pieced it all together. And Adam's office did a great job of looking at every single variance and all the dots of all the students to figure out the best numbers possible.
So I just want to say that is very impressive. And now I know what the Hubble Bubble is, but what you are reflecting is the great amount of detail-oriented work that you used to build this. And you went to all these schools as well. You did go. That's incredible. And
yeah, I think
we appreciate that.
You're welcome. I think I wound up being at 7 schools in person, and we did email with every single impacted principal, and then had a few conversations with the chiefs as well. And so, but I did go out to at least 7 of the schools in person.
That's very impressive. Yeah. That's a lot of dedication, and I just want to highlight that that's the work that's done on our volunteer committees in this board's name. So that's really impressive. Thank you so much. All right,
Absolutely.
that is a great setup, and now
Sure.
I will defer to my many colleagues that have some questions, starting off with our leadoff hitter, Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President Smith. Thank you, Christine and Adam. Really, I want to thank you as well, and the committee, and I appreciate the opportunity to attend one of the parent meetings. It's just so impressed with how such the command of the issues that you have. So I know you've worked really hard on this, and
thank you.
So just to preface some of my clarifying questions, all of this is in my district. I'm one of the 2 at-large trustees. So it's all in the fantastic district, as I like to call it, District F. It shares District B and District C. It's not to suggest it's not important to all of us on this board, because it is, but you know, these are clearly the areas that we represent. So it's been a tremendous education for me. I live near the Hubble Bubble. I can't believe I'm saying Hubble Bubble in a public meeting, but I know exactly where that's at. My daughters go to Spanish Springs. Well, they did go to Spanish Springs Elementary, and so we would drive past the Hubble Bubble, i.e. Van Gorder, every day. So I know this area well, and it's this, you know, for those that on the board, my colleagues that may not be as familiar with this area, the east side is sparse, fairly well developed, master plan developed rather. The west side is mostly county, more rural. So it's a challenge, and as I look through this, it's just given the location of the neighborhoods and the placement of the schools and the geography of the area, yeah, there's no real good options here, and that's not a criticism by any stretch of the imagination. It's just how this process works out.
Right.
And you know, at some point we all have to. I was talking to President Smith last night, who I think preceded you, and you know, she brings up a good point. I mean, at some point, is it good enough? You're not going to get everything. I mean, there's going to be those that are not going to get what they want, and others will. And I mean, as much as I'd like to have a red Corvette, you know, if somebody offered me a lime green Corvette, I'd probably take it, right?
Okay.
So it's difficult.
Duly noted for Christmas, by the way.
Right. So the biggest challenge that I have with the current option, and again, just clarify this if we could talk through it, is
Sure.
specific to the middle schools.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't seem to me like the middle schools, particularly Shaw, are really bad.
Right.
Shaw takes a hit. They're on the losing end. I mean, that's just the way it looks to me. And as a result, they you know, as I think you pointed, they don't get. There's some lack of equity there. They're not going to have some of the electives that some of the other middle schools have, because they won't have the allocations.
Right.
Contrast, so you could make an argument that over the long term, that area, the Stonebrook area, as it begins to get infilled, more development, more families, that 3, 4, 5 years, you could see
Yes.
more of an increase. The chart doesn't suggest that, though. Shaw still maintains at best 76, which isn't bad, but I'm concerned about that particular school.
Yes.
Any commentary on that?
Sure. I think that this was a really hard thing for so many people on our committee, especially because a good chunk of us have middle school teaching experience. As I mentioned, we have a current middle school teacher on our committee. We have a middle school assistant principal. I myself taught middle school in this district in Sparks. And I know how important it is for students to have electives to feel connected to their school. And I have to say that Shaw has done an incredible job of finding ways to offer as much as they can to their students. Their principal has been incredibly creative. It is not the best solution, but the solutions that would have given Shaw a full load of students did not solve all the other problems and did not follow the administrative regulations, nor did it follow the charge to relieve Bohatch.
So, thank you. So let me ask you this, and I'm looking at, and I'd like to just to share some of this with you, because
Sure.
I know my colleagues are interested. Option 2D,
Yes.
and I don't know if JJ's in a position to pull that up. It might be a little complicated, but I just want to illustrate a few points on 2D.
Okay.
Shaw, their numbers are much higher, in the 90s, in fact. Sky Ranch maintains about the same, but Mendive isn't helped in this scenario.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because Beasley goes to
Would stay at
Sky Ranch
Yes.
as opposed to going to Mendive.
Yes.
So that's the downside. That's the loss there. Bohatch is basically at capacity with option 2D. Is that correct?
Yes. And that option was discussed by a lot of we thoroughly discussed this option, and so where we stood on this was that we were not relieving Bohatch in this option.
That's my point.
And so
Go ahead.
I'll let
Thank you.
Adam go
If
a
I
little bit
could,
more.
just for clarification, what JJ is displaying right now is attachment B to your agenda, Bravo, which is the exact presentation that was shared at the November Zoning Advisory Committee meeting. So we just attached that for additional context that has a lot of detail. And attachment A is the presentation that we just went through. I just wanted to make sure everybody was tracking.
No, thank you thank you, JJ, for bringing it up. So again, this is important. 2D doesn't help Bohatch.
Right.
Okay. And then as opposed to the option you're presenting, Bohatch has capacity where's this capacity at? It's about 83%.
And I believe that this option was not a neutral on transportation, just to throw that out there as well.
Okay. Because option 2D, you also now take Red Hawk. And that's really largely where the increase is. The small Stonebrook and Red Hawk go to Shaw.
Right. So in this option, all of Van Gorder, so all of their fifth graders would then matriculate as sixth graders to Shaw and not go to Sky Ranch, and we would not move Beasley fifth graders to Mendive. They would continue to go to Sky Ranch. And so that's the big difference. The other difference in this one is that the Stonebrook community, as it's built out, only a small portion of that. There's a divider. It was a drainage area, right?
Yeah, the ore ditch.
The ore ditch. So
Okay.
Stonebrook would be split into two separate zones.
What does 2D do to Mendive in terms of its numbers?
Nothing.
Nothing.
It doesn't.
It doesn't change anything.
And how does that look today?
The current and projected conditions for Mendive are depicted back on slide 10 of attachment 2B, JJ. Mendive has just about 900 students in it today and is projected to decline a good bit. So if I could, just to try to summarize what I'm hearing and provide some additional information. To be clear, the recommendation from the committee moves additional students into all of the impacted schools, including Shaw, except for Bohatch and Sky Ranch. So simply put, some more than others, but every school, well, pardon me, with the exception of Beasley. So Spanish Springs, Van Gorder, Mendive, Shaw, all gain students on this recommendation. Bohatch and Sky Ranch have reduced enrollments. So that's the option on the table, and really most of the right. That's the general direction that we're trying to go here. So option 2D and 2B, Bravo, is just a variation on the two. One's small Stonebrook, one's large Stonebrook. Both of those relieve Bohatch by way of Spanish Springs Elementary and add enrollment to Shaw as Spanish Springs Elementary moves up into Shaw. It also, these two variations, options 2B and D, move Van Gorder to Shaw. We talked about, could we move Beasley to Mendive as well? Unfortunately, no, that would, empty out Sky Ranch too much. So a lot of discussion was around which direction does the committee want to go? Do we want to try to stabilize Mendive or move more students? Which would be the priority? And they gravitated more towards moving Beasley wholesale to Mendive, still moving additional students into the Shaw enrollment zone through that Stonebrook area, but keeping Van Gorder where they're at, going to Sky Ranch. So I don't know if that's helpful, but.
Would all the portables go away under the current option the zoning committee is making?
They would no longer be needed.
Okay.
I mean, you can see the enrollment.
That's my question. Would they be needed?
Yeah. We'll work to get them relocated or et cetera. But no, all of the projected enrollments well below the capacity where portables would be needed.
So you would see some allocation reductions at Bohatch and Sky Ranch with the option that's before us.
Yes.
You'd see some increase at Shaw, but still probably not.
Right.
Enough.
And I think in the first year you're not going to see quite as much because you're going to have some adjustment with those 8th graders staying at Sky Ranch. You're going to have a little bit of time. It's going to take a year or two for them to get some additional allocations. I would challenge that maybe this is just an opportunity for us to look at what other things can be offered at that school, perhaps. Like, for example, there is a GT program at Sky Ranch. Are there special programs in our middle schools and that's, again, not in our purview, but perhaps that's another way to look at that school. It is isolated in the northern part of Spanish Springs, and so it is not a school that gets a lot of variances. Whereas we do see with the school of choice, that was passed, we have seen some increases in other schools that are a little more accessible. That school in particular is not as accessible for families, so they're not getting a lot of in variances, but they don't also have a lot of out variances. People are happy there, and that, I think that's a testament to the staff and the administration at that school, that they've done a really wonderful job. And so I think anyone who has the opportunity to go there is going to be quite lucky.
And if I may, really quick, Trustee Mayberry, I know Dr. Enfield had to step out for a moment, but she's also prepared to make some comments regarding curriculum and electives, which is outside the purview of the committees, because we don't zone necessarily based on that, but
Right.
we recognize that there are some inequities there, and I do know that Dr. Enfield's willing to weigh in if she is asked a direct question by a trustee. So if you want to hold that one when she comes back,
Sure.
she's ready to tee that up.
I have one more question, and then I may have a few more minor follow-ups. But just, yeah, it's not a question, just a comment. Again, thank you. One of the first things you said, schools are balanced, and so that's really the only trepidation I have, specific to the middle schools, because they just don't seem balanced to me, particularly Shaw. So overall, though, I get it. There's some downsides with 2D and as in Delta 2D.
Right.
You can't offer variances or schools of choice with 2D, and now you're back to Bohatch at capacity.
Right.
And I think that's important that the public understands that. I think that's it for.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Other clarifying, excellent, by the way, like on full display, Trustee Mabry, you do know this area. Like no one will question that after that. Awesome. Vice President Nicolette.
Yes. First, I want to say thank you. I've said this before, I'll say it again. I think this is mind-bending work, and the fact that you guys hung with it, you did your homework. Thank you so much. So I have a question about programming. I will wait for Superintendent. Those 28 students, although a small number, can they not stay where they're at?
So that is the recommendation, that we would like for them to stay where they're at. They are fifth graders, or will be fifth graders, so they're automatically allowed to have that variance under the policy. But typically the district does not provide transportation for students who stay at their previously zoned school. So if an incoming 8th grader, incoming 11th and 12th grader, and a 5th grader were to stay, that the parents would have to drive them to that school or find transportation. But what we would like for you all to do is to provide those families, for those 28 5th graders, transportation, because they were part of a double rezone.
Yeah.
And so they will stay at Bohatch if they would like, but we would also like them to have the option to have district provided transportation so that their families are not impacted any more than they already have been.
Wonderful. Thank you. I like that idea.
We do too.
Trustee Church, and then seeing no other lights, we'll go to public comment. And then when Dr. Enfield comes in, we will direct those questions to her when she gets back. Trustee Church.
Thank you so much. And I'm just very quick, and I'm very loath to micromanage. So the zoning committee is one of the most intense, high-pressure committees we have, and so it would take an exception for me to disagree with them. One comment or question is the reason we turned down the other school is because we anticipate relatively significant declining enrollment. Can you comment on that?
Declining enrollment.
You mentioned, Adam Searcy for the record. Trustee Church, you mentioned something, if I heard you correctly, we turned down another school. Could you just be a little more specific? I'm not sure I understand the question.
Oh, muted.
You're on mute. You're on mute.
Pardon me. The bottom line is, in a lot of presentations, I think I'm unmuted. Got me now?
Yes.
And we discussed declining enrollment. Did you hear that one?
So to generally respond to what I think I'm hearing the question, we're not experiencing declining enrollment in this area of the district. We're not seeing enrollment increase, keep pace with the population increase, which is really what led to the decision not to build an additional school. But as we often discuss, these enrollment projection tables take into account all of the most recent data to the best of our ability, including student generation rates. We do see, fluctuating enrollment levels across all of these schools, but much more well-balanced across all of our existing schools through the Horizon 10-year period, but generally a trend of continued population growth and modest enrollment throughout this region that our existing schools can well absorb.
So, Trustee Mayberry, I see your light on again, but I also see Clerk Rodriguez. Would you like to go next or defer back to Adam?
Yeah. Well, thank you, Madam President. Yes, I've just got pretty much just one question. Within these options, it's 2D, or 3, the Stonebrook and La Posada. I just want to make sure that that's not walking distance, correct? That's a very busy road. So would that be bust?
That's correct. I can confirm that all those students on the opposite side of La Posada from Spanish Springs Elementary School will be provided transportation.
Okay, thank you.
This is a bit of a development question. So when I look at Big Stonebrook, it looks maybe about a 50%. I guess my question, Adam, is do you have any idea how much more capacity that is? That could be built out at, because it just seemed like you'd get a bigger increase over time to Shaw.
Yeah, I mean, as we often suggest, we have detailed information from the agencies, in this case the City of Sparks, on development progress, and we work very hard to incorporate that into our projections. The only real bogey I could see in like the remaining development associated with Stonebrook that maybe is not incorporated into the projections is Andelin Farms. They are not currently proposed to develop into residential, but I have heard that that's been discussed. So if that comes to fruition, it would not likely happen quickly, but that would probably be a change. But everything that is planned, and I mean even planned, much less under construction in Stonebrook, is incorporated into these projections. I think when you get into middle school, the student generation rates are a little lower per capita. There's only 3 grade years there, so where we had that on a previous slide in November. You're not getting really that many students, middle school age students per capita, despite the growth that you see in Stonebrook.
And one final question, if I may. Is it possible to lift that 1-year moratorium, if that's what it is, on variances in this particular case, given there's some wiggle room with some of our schools, Shaw, albeit I agree with the comment made earlier, it doesn't get a lot of variances, but I know there's some concern of those residents in Stonebrook that had an expectation of attending Bow Hatch and Sky Ranch. Could we lift that? I think it's a 1-year moratorium or restriction on variances to make it a little bit more palatable. Any thoughts on that?
Sure. So I'll take a stab at this. Just to ground this conversation, back on slide 5, we talked about the variances. The school of choice policy stipulates a couple of things that first of all, existing variances will be honored for all students through the duration of their time at that school. That's not changing. We also talked earlier about the highest grade rising, right? So that's separate. That's not changing. That's also going to be in place. But in terms of the school of choice opportunity, number one, no schools across the entire district are going to be allowed, nor were they last year when this was first implemented, allowed to accept new variances if they are at or above 85% of their capacity, right? We need to prevent any school from, overcrowding themselves, so to speak. So that's a limitation that's already in place and is proposed to continue to remain in place. Additionally, last year, the initial year of implementation and proposed to continue would be that all schools impacted by rezones would not be eligible to receive new variances for the year of effect. So in this application, the schools we're talking about, right, Bohatch, Spanish Springs, Van Gorder, but also Mendive, Shaw, Sky Ranch, would honor their existing variances. They would honor any students requesting to stay by virtue of them being in the highest grade rising. But they would not be allowed to accept any new variances for the 24-25 school year only, regardless of their projected enrollment levels. So, I think the biggest case in favor of that limitation is stability. This is a significant change to the community, one that is not arrived at lightly, and that for the benefit of everyone involved, a pause to allow stability to land, to settle, is really the basis for this. Some enrollment fluctuation as a function of variances can impact teacher allocations, and that, in some ways is a good thing, but it's not an instantaneous thing. So that shift of resources does have a downstream effect either also, which, again, it does not accentuate the desire for stability. Yeah. So that's kind of my discussion on the why that limitation is in place. Could we remove it? I would say that it could introduce some additional instability or fluctuation across these areas. However, we would still request that the 85% cap be left in place to prevent any school from artificially, overcrowding themselves. So I hope that makes sense. I wanted to kind of like over-explain that situation because it's new. I want us all to think through this carefully.
Well, and that was my thought process too, just given that the complexity of this. And so thank you for answering my question. I think, that would be positive and with something that would be in a motion if I were to make it.
If I could add, Trustee Mayberry, to that thought, that after having an opportunity to be at each school and speak with each principal, I have to say the Spanish Springs area is like incredibly lucky to have such wonderful, passionate, and thoughtful leaders. They work so well together. They all communicate regularly. They meet regularly. They work very, very closely together. And I would say another piece of that stability would be that several schools have been undercrowded for so long that while they may appear to have a lack of resources or various programs, that giving them this change and letting them set with it so that they can adjust before we throw an additional wrench in is, I think, a really important academic piece for our students. And I feel for the families that the change happens. My own children were rezoned when Polakitas opened, and I know what a big change that is. I have a child on an IEP, and changing schools was really, really hard for him. But I think it's important that we also, know that these principals and leaders are working together to make this happen, and are very welcoming to new students and new families, and have invited them all to come to their schools and learn about them. And so I would also say, echo Adam's thoughts on the stability piece of that. So I would argue that we have great staff at these schools who are really excited to welcome new students.
Thank you. And if I can just follow up with that too, I appreciate that. It's my observation, talking with all 10 principals as well, that a majority of them really came to the defense of Shaw, truly, yes. Because of, as I said, those middle school numbers are a little off. But any way you slice it or dice it, it creates problems. And yes. So, I mean, as again said earlier, I mean, at some point, is this good enough for now? But
Right.
thank you for that. And
Absolutely.
My children went to all the schools out of, 3 schools out of Spanish Springs, and it's a special place for sure. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes.
Madam President.
Just to clarify, did you have a question for Dr. Enfield before I go to Clerk Rodriguez, or?
Yeah, I just was wondering, Dr. Enfield, could you help us, when we do these rezonings, it's the purview isn't, the curriculum and that, but there's certainly a bit of an equity issue, particularly at one middle school, with the potential of electives. From your perspective, is there anything that we could do to mitigate that in the short term?
And that's a good question for our Chief Academic Officer, so I'll ask Dr. Troy Parks to come up and address
Thank
that.
Welcome, Dr. Parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Enfield, and thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Yes, that is one of the challenges we face at smaller middle schools. When we have a teacher-to-pupil ratio that we follow, sometimes you don't get to offer a lot of electives. From a perspective of equity, we have to be very careful, because one of the things that sometimes happens is there's advocacy for extra allocations. And from experience in the past, then we got to go to a next school who they probably get it too, and they probably get it too. So I think when I look at the problems that we're trying to solve by rezoning, evening out the schools is one of the best solutions to creating equitable curriculum across all the schools.
So having said that, in this particular case, we have one middle school where it's not equitable. Is there a fix in the short term that we could provide, or is what you just said? If we do for this school, we have to do it for the others. So.
Right. It's one of those challenges that all smaller schools face. You even face it at the elementary schools and a smaller high school, that you're just not able to offer as much. What it does in a small school is put a lot of pressure on teachers to do what we call double prep, where the English teacher might also be teaching one of the electives, and the math teacher might be also teaching science, so they have to prep for many different things. There is no easy solution, and usually the solutions involve our teachers having to take more time to prep, and in our fiscal responsibility, we can't just keep giving more and more under circumstances where the students aren't there. So it's a dilemma.
Yeah, I guess I was looking for the easy solution.
I'll go to Clerk Rodriguez. He may have some questions related to this as well. If not, we'll let Dr. Parks go, and then we'll go to public comment.
Yeah, no, I think at the end of the day, just like Trustee Mayberry spoke with all the principals, I did as well, and there's definitely that equity issue at Shaw. I know that there's a math teacher teaching art, and it's not right, and it's definitely difficult. I guess I'm looking for that easy answer too. Can we hire an art teacher? But and that's kind of I think the one attractive things for like you said yourself, these principals really came around Shaw, or maybe that's Trustee Mayberry, and I was hearing that too, and I love the idea. Like I know Trustee Westlake and I myself took a tour there, and there's a lot of empty classrooms. So there's definitely I think now, and that's one I think the attractive things with 2D. There's a hard decision to make. Where 2D can come to the rescue for Shaw and really change things around there and give those kids, especially the Hungry Valley, the tribal community there as well, give them electives, give them something. And I think this is a option that can get us there. But it is concerned with Bow Hatch as well. And I know Heidi's amazing principal, and I know she could take it on. She's been doing it. But there's also that fiscal. Like we just spent how many millions of dollars for those modulars. So where do those go now? And we just did that. So that's I think it's more of a statement. It's a dilemma for sure, and
And I'm happy to share a little insight into our conversation about that. So, one of the most referred to slides that we had in our presentation, which you can see in the attachment B, is the future growth. And if you see around Bohatch and Sky Ranch, the majority of the growth is happening there, and so to keep Bohatch at full did not feel right, especially because that was the charge given to us by the trustees. And so if we took option 2D, which we talked about at length, this was probably one of our longest meetings. We talked through every option. We heard a lot of public comment. We, again, did a lot of work in the community. It did not, it doesn't, walking away from that would not have felt right, because that was not the charge. The charge was to relieve overcrowding. And so to balance out the middle schools would have left, in that situation, one elementary school being overcrowded.
No, I'm very familiar with that area as well.
Yeah.
My daughter went to Bohatch. So I do see the growth, and
Yeah.
I'm happy to hear Mr. Searcy say there's no declining enrollment in that area. Because I do see the growth.
Right.
But to that point, people that bought homes in Stonebrook expected a new school, and this is where it's kind of, and I know it's the developers, fault,
Right.
but and that's where try to maximize the newest and best school that they're all great schools. So
Sure, absolutely.
That's what I'm hearing in the community as well.
Sure, absolutely. And I know, I believe Trustee Church and I had this conversation before Polikitas was about to open, and we in that particular area had been waiting for 15 years for a school. So I absolutely understand that. The builder that built my house, that was the first selling point. Hey, you have kids. Did you know we're building a school in this neighborhood? There is not currently a school in my neighborhood, by the way. That school was built in a different development because it took so long. So while I completely understand that, that is not part of our charge to provide brand new homes, a brand new school. That would be a fascinating part of WC1 funding. But that is not what the administrative regulations say. And so as a committee, that's what we need to follow, because you guys have put those in place to follow fiscal responsibility and the best choices for all students. And we have to advocate for all students, and that's really important. So that is how we landed on the decision that we have, which is the recommendation you have in front of you.
I think Trustee Westlake, would you like to go now or after public comment?
Can I go now?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, President Smith. So GT is at Sky Ranch. Could GT, it's 100 students, could GT move to Shaw and open up variances just for Shaw? So if someone did want to go to Shaw, move the 100 GT to Shaw and put GT there, and let Shaw have all the variances they want.
I'm going to refer
I'm
to
going to
President
pause
Smith
on that because they can't answer that question, and we can't technically answer that tonight. So I'm going to pivot over to Dr. Enfield, only because, and just to clarify for everybody in the community, our committees don't make decisions like that. They also don't make recommendations about program movement in the district, so that's outside their purview. But that's something that we can address with Dr. Enfield. Thank you.
So thank you, President Smith. So I just want to say thank you to you and the committee. I've been a part of a lot of rebounding in my former district's discussions, and they are hard and they are complex. And sadly, Trustee Mayberry and Clerk Rodriguez, there are no easy solutions. There just never are. And I do think it's worth saying on the record, as I see Principal Crowley sitting there, and I have spent time with her and her wonderful students at Shaw, as I remind our staff when we're having these rezoning conversations, that when you are making changes to a child's school, you're making a change to their second home. And that goes for our staff as well. Our staff and our students spend a tremendous amount of time at their schools, and it is a second home, and tremendous emotion comes with that, and that's why such care has to be given in these decisions. And I know the weight of that on you, and I just need to acknowledge that from a human standpoint, because we were very grateful for you taking that on and making the most strategic but compassionate decisions possible.
Let's go to public comment.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Hi, Mr. Nava Duran. Welcome.
Okay. Hello, guys. Hello, trustee. My name is Pablo Nava Duran. I currently don't live in that area, but I do know that this area is the fastest growing area in the county. And Mary and Joel Regan, a little bit of Corn Westlake, that live that area. So I tried to wait for the 8-5P to show up, but I'm not going to talk about it. But you're talking about we overcrowded for Bohatch and Sky Ranch Elementary School. And then I do think I support option 2B and then option 3 because I'll support moving Beasley to Midnight Med School because I heard some Christine Hall on a public comment during a zonified community say like there are like a lot of busy parents that want to rezone to Midnight because it's easy to drive and to Skyrim Middle School, and also the Fairville alignment because Beasley used to be zoned for Midnight, and they're rezoned to Sky Ranch a few years ago because they're zoned for Reed High School, so it makes sense to rezone to Midnight Elementary School. Therefore, makes sense, and then rather than the Sequoia, but Sequoia is going to be a lone school from Sky Ranch to go to Sky Ranch to Reed High School. Hopefully, we go build a Spanish Green High School to Sebastian in a few years. Might rezone project to Spanish Green High School, and then also Shaw need a woman going up because I do support a Stillbrook area, Stillbrook to Shaw Middle School, and I kind of supported moving Van Gort to Shaw Middle School since Mary Bear live near Hubble Bubble, but they're for Shaw, like, it's very, very weird zoning decision, but actually, if we zone Shaw, it seems like it does make sense, so there's no easy solution, guys. So if we rezone to option 2B, then Midnight would eventually be severely under-unionized until whatever, no new middle school over here at Sparks, and a few years later in 2028, likely 2028, but there you go. You got your hard decision, school board. So make sure to listen to what the parents say. Make sure it's very difficult decision. Nobody get mad. Some will be happy, some will be mad, some will be emotional. So make sure to listen to a public commenter, and then you got a hard decision.
Thank you, Mr. Nava Duran.
The board received an email from Jim Verdi.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Trustee Mayberry, I know your light's not on, but by default, I'm going to go to you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, again, not an easy decision, and I too appreciate the thoughts that went into it. Generally there's good balance here, but I hope that going forward we can be mindful of our middle schools, particularly Shaw. Anyways, I'll make a motion. I'm going to read the motion and add a line about variances at the end. So I'll move that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the Zoning Advisory Committee to modify the zoning boundaries of John Bohatch Elementary, Spanish Springs Elementary, Edward Van Gorder Elementary, Sky Ranch Middle, Lou Mendive Middle, Yvonne Shaw Middle Schools as presented, effective for the 2024-25 school year, including the requirements that all current force who were rezoned into John Bohatch Elementary for the 2020 and 21 school year be provided transportation and variances for their final year at John Bohatch Elementary School, and permit variances for all 10 schools in school year 24-25, not to exceed 85% capacity at each school.
All right, motion by trustee Mayberry, and I don't think his mic was on, but I heard the second from clerk Rodriguez. Seeing no lights on.
I'm sorry, I'm slow. JJ, would you please read that again? I'm not questioning you, I just want to.
The Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the Zoning Advisory Committee to modify the zoning boundaries of John Bohatch Elementary, Spanish Springs Elementary, Edward Van Gorder Elementary, Sky Ranch Middle, Lou Mendive Middle, and Yvonne Shaw Middle Schools as presented, effective for the 2024-25 school year, including the requirement that all current fourth graders who were rezoned to John Bohatch Elementary for the 2020-21 school year be provided transportation and variances for their final year at John Bohatch Elementary School, and permit variances in each school so as not to exceed 85% capacity.
Thank you.
For those variances for the 20 students, would that also include for their siblings? So you potentially could have a family with 2 students going to 2 different schools, elementary schools? Is that what I'm understanding?
The special exception that's included in the recommendation, it applies only to the students who are potentially being rezoned twice. If there's a sibling who's not being rezoned for a second time, they would be subject to a standard policy.
Trustee Church?
Got to find the mute button. So I think what I'm hearing is, did we change the recommendation very slightly to include the variance? Is that what I'm hearing?
So the transportation for that small number of students was in the original action, and what Trustee Mayberry added was that all 10 schools would allow variances in this first year, not to exceed an overall school limit of 85% in total population. Mm-hmm. Okay, very good.
I'll be honest, I'm having a little bit of a hard time with this, especially with the 20 students, if they potentially do have younger siblings, because sometimes they're the babysitters or making sure they're getting mac and cheese or what have you after school. So I don't know if this is something that could be a friendly, or maybe this is something that superintendent can chime in on, but I would like to see that if there are younger siblings, I don't want to separate them. I love the idea of keeping them together in their schools. So
that one's going to be tough because we don't have a fiscal analysis on that. And so let's say a fifth grader has a kindergarten sibling. That child may go to that school the next year and potentially get transportation, but they're not getting and they'd have to apply for the variance going forward. This is one of the uncomfortable parts of zoning, but when we move kids out, whenever a student is going into like 5th grade or to 8th grade, they may also have other siblings. Those other siblings are not guaranteed the grandfathered variances. So unfortunately, it often happens in this first year of changes where sometimes families do decide to keep their rising 5th grader at the same school, and then all the other siblings do move over. Now, that doesn't mean that the schools don't work with those families, but there is usually a year of transition. But all those other siblings would not be getting transportation moving forward. It's just a one-time thing for that group. It is an uncomfortable reality, but we would be having a fiscal impact that we don't realize or understand right now. So I'm just making that really clear.
I guess I'm not sure I understand, because that bus is going to pick up that 5th grader anyways. Might as well pick up the 4th grader or the 3rd grader sibling. would there be a cost to that? I mean, it's an extra seat.
Yes. But we don't even know how many kids that affects right now.
I mean, we did identify 28 students who previously attended either Spanish Springs Elementary or Van Gorder Elementary as kindergartners, were then rezoned for their first grade year into Bohatch and attended first through fourth grade at Bohatch, and are now being proposed to be rezoned back to Spanish Springs and Van Gorder. That's what we're not okay with, and that's what we're carving out specifically. If they happen to have younger siblings who have been attending Bohatch for 1 or 2 or 3 years and are being proposed to be rezoned back for the first time to Spanish Springs or Van Gorder, the recommendation is that that's an unfortunate and difficult decision for that particular family. Given the fact that there are only 28 total students even eligible for this carve-out, knowing no additional information, I doubt they have that many siblings, but I couldn't answer this question definitively.
Yeah, that's a hard one. And also, even if the siblings had the transportation one more year, they wouldn't be getting any more transportation after that, and they would still have additional years because they are not rising fifth graders. And if they were twins, then they would be getting this one-time option. So, I mean, the family would have to be doing that at some point. And even if they decided to stay and get a variance, they would also be responsible for their own transportation at that point. So I'm just acknowledging it's a sticky solution. So I see a couple lights on. We're almost there, folks. So I see Trustee Westlake and then Vice President Nicolette.
Okay, thank you, President Smith. Couldn't we just do it the 1 year with the stipulation that the parents are very, very much aware that any of the younger siblings, that the next year that they would have to provide the transportation if they want it, and they have to apply for a variance if they want to continue on at Bohatch. I just think that's kind of the compassionate thing to do for these families. I mean, that's giving them a whole year prep time to decide what they're going to do with the younger siblings. But now, my fear is that families are going to be forced into a decision that their fifth grade child that has gone to that school all those years, and they just can't swing it, that their child won't be able to go there because they're not going to want kids at two different schools. But if they could keep everybody together until they get that one over the hump, and then some may decide to ask for variance and keep providing transportation. Others might say, you know what, you're going to go to this school because little Johnny is moving on to middle school. But it just seems like that is the right thing to do, is to help those families out and get them over this hump. And then it's on them after that. There's got to be room on the bus. How many kids fit on a bus?
Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you. Here's what I take some heart in. I know that there has been a great deep dive into this many times. I've come from other states where this has happened. It's never easy. This is what I take heart in. Recently speaking to a Spanish Springs principal, I didn't give it away, Spanish Springs principal, they said, without doubt, whatever we choose, the principals in Spanish Springs schools will make it work for their children, their families, and their staff. And I take great comfort in that because this is going to be hard for some people. But we're going to work hard to make this work because we have to make some changes.
Madam President, I would actually ask for friendly, given that we don't know how many siblings there may be or may not be impacted, and I feel like this is easy customer service. It's a bus. So gathering, there's only 28 students, maybe times 2 for 4 siblings at most. But I would ask that Trustee Mayberry, if you make it friendly, to include, I don't know how to word this, the for the 1 year for 28 students that have bus service, that younger siblings or siblings for that matter would be accommodated as well. Does that read well?
I'm going to jump in and maybe try to help if that would be welcome. I think it would be a rephrasing in the including the requirement that all current fourth graders who were rezoned into John Bohatch Elementary for the 2020-21 school year, along with their currently enrolled siblings, be provided transportation and variances for their final year at John Bohatch Elementary School. And then the rest of it with permitting variances. So actually, I would probably rephrase that a bit. Sorry, JJ, while I work through this. So for current years who were rezoned into John Bohatch Elementary for the 2020-21 school year, be provided transportation and variances for their final year, along with any other siblings enrolled in that school year for 1 year at John Bohatch Elementary School. Because we have to make it really clear to these families. Like, I'm open to this, and we don't even know if we have a friendly on this, okay? But I'm snapping a hard line because there's not going to be transportation for these siblings. So that would be my suggestion as a friendly. That it's Clerk Rodriguez is friendly with a little bit of messaging help from me, but ultimately our original motioner would need to approve that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, but just as a clarifying question, I mean, we're talking about these 28 kids who have siblings, and they're going to go to a school that's outside their zone school for 1 year, and then after that year, they're going back to their zone school. Yeah, candidly, I think it's moot, but I'm happy to accept the motion. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, with the so we have an acceptance of that, friendly made by Clerk Rodriguez, accepted by the original motioner. And just as a reminder, these families don't have to choose this option. And I'm just going to put it right out there. If I had a starting kindergartner, I probably wouldn't start my kindergartner at this school, knowing that the entire remainder of their elementary education, their zone school, is going to be different. So each family will make a choice based on their individual situations. We're just allowing them that opportunity to do that. Okay. Does everybody feel clear on that? Oh, one. Yeah, I'm going to invite, just to bring a bit of supportive clarity to this, our Chief Legal Counsel has some knowledge that is helpful and in support of this.
Yeah, Administrative Regulation 7107, subsection 4A35 specifically says siblings will be allowed to attend the same school to the extent possible. No transportation shall be provided by the district for this option unless otherwise provided by district policy, regulation, or rule. So I think what you're doing is consistent with the regulation. So I thought that was important to point out and put on the record.
All right. I think everyone's clear on that. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. 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 All those opposed, nay. All right. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. This was a great conversation. Great work. Thank you so much. So, colleagues, I know we've been at it for a couple hours. With that said, we have a lot of guests with us. We have a lot of students. So and you can definitely do that. We will take a formal break after the student voice presentation, but we have quite a few students and families with us. So we're going to go through this next item. If you need to take a quick break, that's absolutely fine. But we will take a formal break after this item. Okay. All right. So that closes item 3.02 and now brings us to item 3.03, quality of education. This is a review of the strategic plan goal 2, student voice, and key strategies used to improve student learning outcomes and to fulfill this goal. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And for our presentation, we have Dr. Paul Lamarca, our Chief Student and Family Supports Officer, and a large group of fantastic guests and presenters. And so we are so excited to have you here and to bring you up. So Dr. Lamarca, I will turn this over to you.
President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, members of the board, for the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Student and Family Supports Officer. It's my pleasure to lead off this quality of education presentation where we're focusing on Goal 2, Student Voice. To start, I want to say thank you to Jennifer Harris. I don't know if she is here. She's with the Office of Accountability. She's really the person who put this presentation together. Also want to thank Joe Ernst, the Chief Continuous Improvement Officer, Dr. Laura Davidson, for their ongoing support for Student Voice. This is going to be a student-led presentation, but we do have some Student Voice staff here that will be, the students can phone a friend if they need to. That's Lindsay Kendrick, our Director of Behavior. Brad Rose is somewhere around here. Caprice Young, who's part of our staff, couldn't be here, but we also have Gina Curtis, who we've taken out of retirement. She's a former area superintendent and great principal, so we're lucky to have her. Can we flip to the next slide? So here's our promise statement. We will know every student by name, strength, and need so that they graduate prepared for the future that they choose, and we'll do this in partnership with families and community. As we strive to fulfill this commitment, I think one of the challenges is actually identifying strengths. We're kind of wired to identify needs and try to fix problems, but identifying strengths can be a challenge at times. Tonight is all about strength. We're going to hear from some amazing students, first a student from the middle school level and then several of our high school students, and you're going to see strength within our student population. So I'm going to shut up, and without further ado, I'd like to introduce Kim Crowley, our principal at Shaw Middle School, who will introduce our Superstar Student of the Month and talk a little bit about what's happening at Shaw and Student Voice.
Welcome, Principal Crowley. Thank you so much for being here. And welcome, Regan. Or Reagan. Reagan. Thank you.
Do I need to end? Is this on? Trustee Smith? Okay, great. Well, thank you for inviting us, and thank you for clearly all the support that the Board of Trustees and the Superintendent shows to all of the schools in Spanish Spring. I'm so happy that this worked out, that today I get to introduce one of my students. I think when I started in education as a second career, I understood education to be giving students knowledge. And then I realized, no, students have to have some accountability in that. They've got to own this learning. And then to me, we can't ask students to be accountable for their learning unless they have some horse in the horse race. They need to be able to have a voice, to have some impact on their own education. So as my second year principalship, this was my bucket list to create a student advisory council. And one of the first people that I knew that I hoped would represent Shaw and her peers is Reagan Geip. Reagan is a Alice Taylor graduate from kindergarten. She plans to go to Spanish Springs High School. So she represents the area of Spanish Springs and Shaw. She's an 8th grader, and I can tell you that this is going to be a leader right here, whatever she chooses to do. So thank you, Reagan.
Hello, everyone. I would like to start by thanking you for this opportunity to speak with you today. Our student advisory consists of 17 students and Miss Crowley. We meet once a month to just talk about different stuff. We start with donuts, my favorite part. And then we go around the table and share our name, grade, and something special about ourselves. Many kids shared about a sport they played or a hobby they liked. So at a recent meeting, we started with the topic of iReady. We discussed some struggles, but with iReady, Ms. Crowley explained some adjustments. We all agreed that the adjustments were going to work great. So then we continue to analyze and evaluate our data from the 2023-2022 student climate survey, which I'm sure, as you guys know, the survey just tells us about students get to put an input on just the Shaw community and that stuff. So I believe this Student Advisory Council is for students to tell Ms. Crowley how they feel about the Shaw community. For example, we were talking about the 7th period schedule, which is new to Shaw this year. Everyone said how they were liking the 7th period schedule because we get an extra elective. However, I was not a fan of it because I have seen an increase in homework because our classes are 6 minutes shorter than last year, so teachers aren't getting their lessons in, which means we have to do them at home. So, yeah, and then Miss Crowley told me that she had never thought of it that way, and she asked the rest of the advisory, and they all agreed. So that was super cool. I believe the purpose of the Student Advisory Council is so that Ms. Crowley can see students' point of view. It is easy to think that something will work, but the teachers may not realize how changes can be hard for us or maybe even better for us. Lastly, how I hope student voice can positively impact Shaw is making the teachers and staff aware of what students are feeling and thinking, and maybe even making changes to help students grow. The Student Advisory Council gives us a chance to work together to improve our school as a whole. At this time, I would love to answer any questions you guys have.
Well, I don't have a question, but I have a statement that that's pretty amazing.
Thank
And
you.
actually, you know, I do have a question. What did you think, Principal Crowley, when they made that observation and helped you see things from their perspective? I'd like to hear that from you.
Yeah, I had not thought of that. I hadn't heard that. And so what I did is reflect on that and come back to our staff meeting and share that with the staff. And one of the adjustments that we made, I believe also a recommendation from my Student Advisory Council, was to assure that the advisory time that we have in the morning was an opportunity that wasn't directed by teachers, that students could use it to catch up on any work that they had, classwork or homework that they had. Staff was on board for that, and I think a small but important adjustment based on that feedback occurred, and that is, I believe, what this process should be.
That's fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's wonderful work. Great job.
Okay, once again, I want to thank everyone on the board for this opportunity, and I'd also like to thank Ms. Crowley for picking me to come. And that is it.
We are also grateful that Principal Crowley brought you, Reagan.
Thank you.
Hi, Reagan. It's good
Hi.
to see you again.
You too.
So Reagan was part of my tour when I got to visit Shaw not long ago, and I still have all my Shaw swag in my office. So we appreciate you coming and sharing the important role that you and fellow students play in making sure that the staff in your buildings are making the best decisions for you, right? And we can only make the best decisions for you when we hear from you. And it's important that we acknowledge our students. And so you are our WCSD student superstar, who we are honoring today in recognition for your outstanding contributions to your school and our community. We honor you as our superstar. We are so incredibly proud of you, Reagan. You're a role model to your fellow students and to all of us, and we can't wait to see all that you accomplish in the future at Spanish Springs High School and beyond. And we'd love to present this to you and get a photograph.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Well, great job, Reagan, and wonderful Brian and Angela, mom and dad. Thank you so much for being here as well. We're so proud of you. All right. And now we're getting into our student-led portion, and I would like to recognize the fantastic students that we have here doing this. I know in front of us we have Arabelle Deason. She is our student and Board of Trustees representative from Robert McQueen High School. And then also part of today's presentation is Annie Batavia. She's also a member of Robert McQueen High School. Tegan Richardson, a student at AACT High School. Zara Darby, a student at Proctor R. Hug High School. Nicole Ramirez, also a student at Earl Wooster High School. I guess I don't have to say the student part because that's pretty, and actually we need to stop because we don't have a quorum right now. Please allow me a moment. Oh, we have Jeff. We have Jeff. We have Jeff Church. Okay. Sorry. That's my open meeting law hat that I had to put on. I will go back and make sure to introduce those names. That's my open meeting law hat. I have to make sure we have 4. Zara Darby from Proctor R. Hug High School. Nicole Ramirez from Earl Wooster High School. Jarrett McDonald from North Valleys High School. And possibly, not sure if this student is here, Avery Demiopoulos from North Valleys High School. So we are so excited to have you all here, and we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, President Smith. Good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Enfield, the Board of Trustees. As President Smith said, my name is Arabelle Deason. I'm the student representative on the Board of Trustees. It's so great to see all your faces from a fresh angle. I also have the privilege of serving as the president of the Student Advisory Council. We're so excited to be here to present for you. I have a couple of my fellow members behind me and next to me. So yeah, we just want to jump right in talking about our goal 2 of our strategic plan, which is student voice. So first we want to talk about what student voice is and why it's important and why we need it. So student voice at the most basic level is taking input from students in our district and hearing what they have to say. And we want everybody's voice to be heard. That is the ultimate goal because really students can't truly feel comfortable if they're not being heard. And that's what we want, is we want students to feel safe and comfortable at school and feel like they're a part of the decisions being made and what's happening. So we have this nice chart in front of you, and it kind of is it represents this spectrum that student voice is. So at the most basic level, it's just being heard by our adults, and then at the highest level, it's actually participating in leadership with adults and making decisions and making plans and all that stuff. So giving a voice to students is really, really important because it leads to higher engagement in school. It leads to more confidence for them. It also leads to better staff and student relationships, better communication skills, and on the staff end, better fresh perspectives on issues that we're facing. So it's really, really good for that. So yeah, let's move along. All right. So our actual goal here is to have a student advisory council in every high school. Every school. Right now we're starting with high schools this year and really, really pushing for it. So we have it currently in 7 high schools, McQueen included. Annie actually did a lot of work this year to get one going up at our school, and we've been able to kind of co-lead that a little bit, and that's been a really awesome experience. So our goal is by the end of the year to have every single high school with their own student advisory council. And then, of course, expanding our co-curricular clubs and activities so that students can really feel connected in their school, and every single student has the opportunity that if they want to, they can participate in something in some form or another. So before we really dive into all of that, we want to look at our demographic for students. So let's go on. Okay, so as we can see here, this is just some data that we want to notice. Something that is fairly new is that racially our student population is majority Hispanic now. And then also over half of our students live in poverty. So that's something that we really like to pay attention to when we're making decisions. So yeah, just give me a second. All right. And then, yeah, so as we see here, this is in the last 20 years, our student population has really become a lot more diverse. And so that's something that we really want to take into account, and it's very exciting. All right. This is something that really actually highlights the need that we have for student voice, because as we can see here, the ratio, the ethnic ratio of students to teachers is very different. And so just having students to be able to speak and give their opinion on what they think about the issues, because sometimes our teachers can't always do that. And we obviously understand that ethnicity isn't everything, but it is something. So it's something that we like to know. All right. So that is my data. Do you have any questions?
I don't have a question, but I want to make an observation that you are shining right now. Like, the energy coming off of you is fantastic, and I love seeing you on this side of it because your passion for this is just like the energy pouring off of you is amazing. So thank you so much. This is a great start to the presentation. Does anybody have any other questions? Trustee Mayberry?
Thank you, Madam President. So, Student Advisory Council, is that the same as Student Council when we think of student body president, vice president, et cetera?
Yes, so it is actually very different because
Okay.
a lot of times those positions are going to be elected. I think most schools they are. I know at McQueen they are. And even leadership, we have a student council and then we have leadership, and both of those you have to apply, you have to get in, you have to be chosen. For student voice, it's in student advisory council, we really want every single type of student. So more commonly, student council students are very high achieving, and they participate in a lot. And for student voice, we of course want those students, but we also want the students that don't like coming to school, that they don't want to be participating in a bunch of stuff, because that gives us a new perspective it's very different than just the student council students.
And if I might add something, also as a part of our student council, student voice is, I almost want to say, a town hall. So you come and voice your opinions. You don't need there's no requirements for it, so you don't have to know how to lead an event. You don't need any budgeting. That's kind of what our facilitators are there for, and it also comes back to a district level, whereas student council is more within your school and how to increase, school spirit, and that's what we try not to deal with. I mean, because there is student council, so we deal with every aspect of school rather than just getting students to participate in the assemblies and stuff. So it kind of, student voice is everything, and the student council is just at your school.
Hey, and I apologize. What high schools do student advisory councils are not at?
For now, so we know most middle schools and all elementary schools do not have a student voice council, and then as of now, I think we know that North Valley's doesn't have one. Hug is working on theirs, and a lot of them are still in the works, but that's what we are as so far aware of.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Awesome.
All right, take it away.
Okay, so I'll be presenting on student voice and how that kind of relates to the extracurricular participation and things that we can take data off of. So when we look at this, our first point of data will be the Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps, which is more commonly referred to as JROTC, and I'm sure lots of you know what that is, but what we were talking about with our facilitators and student voice, JROTC is a really good way for students to learn life skills and have a better way of being prepared for the real world after high school. So I just want to put that out there before we go over the data. When we look at this, we can also see that we have the number of students enrolled in the programs at their schools. This does not relate to how the school's population is. So, I mean, if Worcester had a larger population than Incline, which I'm sure it does, it doesn't affect that. So this is just how many students are enrolled in their school's ROTC programs. So if you want to take a look at that really fast. Okay, now moving on, I'm going to be talking about the demographic characteristics. So we can see that's kind of broken down into 3 groups with little subdivisions inside it. So we have the percent that comprises in JRDC of their gender, of students' race and ethnicity groups, and then also based off special population groups. So you can kind of see what makes up more of the population and less. All right, so this is the proportionality, and as I'm sure most of you know, but for everyone else, proportionality is say we had 50% of the school is male, and then we looked at the students enrolled in the JROTC program, and it was comprised of 50% male students, then that would be perfectly proportional. So when we look at this, if there are students that go over 1%, or I guess 1, then that would be overrepresentation, and anything below that 1 is going to be underrepresentation. So it's broken down into those same groups, and then you can see how maybe males are overrepresented and females are underrepresented in their school's JROTC programs throughout the Washoe County School District, and so on with all the other groups. And something that is notable is that students receiving foster care are almost double represented, which we see kind of encouraging because this does help them ready for the real world. So it's good to see that that is something that they are taking accountability in. All right, so now another thing that we are able to take data from is Nevada Interscholastic Activities Association in Athletics, which is also NIAA. So the school sports, this is something we can take data from because it's connected through the schools, whereas clubs, it's more loose. So we're still working on getting the data for that. So this is another thing, though, that we can see. And it's a really great way for all students to be connected to their teachers, to the coaches, to their peers, and just another way to get connected to their schools. So similarly to the JROTC data, this is the demographic characteristics of students in high school. And we can see that about 25%, I believe, of students in high school will participate in one sport or another at their school. So you can see the broken down groups and how they're represented in those sports at their schools. And then moving on to the proportionality and how that relates to the participation, we can see that now it's shifted in the ROTC program. We saw that students in foster care were at the highest part of the special group. No, it's special population. And now gifted and talented make up 1.5 of the 1. So that's something to notice on here.
First of all, Annie, could I just interrupt?
Yes.
First of all, great job on the disaggregation. We have a job for you in our department here in the district. I do think it's worth noting for the trustees, though, and the public, that a conversation we have had is the barrier that fees present to students in participation in athletics, in JROTC, and other things. And if you actually look at, some of this, we're seeing that I think that plays out. And I would just encourage the board and the staff to continue to look at how we can absorb some of those fees, especially for our students who need it the most, so that there isn't a barrier to participation.
All right, so that ends my section. So if you guys have any questions. No, you're all good.
I do have a question. Thank you. This is, you're really getting to learn to deep dive and research, huh? I like that.
Oh, yeah.
So here's another little deep dive for you. Because we still have free lunches for all, how did you capture the free and reduced lunch information?
So this information was not obviously created by the students, so that would be a question for
We
our...
would love to have Dr. Lamarca come up and talk to you.
That was district generated, so yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Excellent delegation skills
Delegating,
there,
yeah.
future president.
All right, so if you guys don't have any questions, we would like to invite up the rest of the people presenting.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Wonderful, wonderful job. All right, welcome up, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us.
Hello, everybody. So just to get us started off, my name is Tegan Richardson. I go to AACT High School. I'm a sophomore, and I'm going to be talking to you about mostly what student voice is and what we do. So the best way to describe student voice as more of a, I guess, national level is from the Institute of Educational Leadership. And they say that youth leadership is when youth are a genuine part of the decision-making process, identifying and implementing projects of their choice, gaining the knowledge and skills to better advance the development of their schools, community, and self. So, as you probably know, you've seen a lot of our faces around. We do a lot of things. We have our great school board representative, Arabelle, and we are also a part of the Safe and Healthy Schools Commission. We also helped to hire our superintendent, and we are now helping hire our new chief of police. We also help in stakeholder groups. For example, just for myself, I was part of the strategic planning core planning team. I'm also on facility modernization plan, but we also have students on ESSER committee. But as a more whole council scale, we looked at the cell phone policy and our equity policy, and we're recruited from all over the district. We have students, hopefully, most of the time from every school. We try to include as many people from different demographic populations as possible so that we can get a fair and equal say from everybody.
Can we just pause on that? Because that is incredible. Can we go back to that slide? The fact that we have our students' voices in all of these processes and programs and decisions is exactly reflecting our mission, vision, and values. So this is just absolutely incredible. So thank you for that moment.
Of course. So this year we picked 3 main focus areas where we mostly divide evenly into 3 different groups. So we divide it into student mental health, which will be a presentation given by Zara Darby from Proctor R. Hug, equity inclusion, which will be given by Nicole, who goes to Worcester, and college preparedness, which will be given by Jarrett, who goes to Reed High School.
Hi there. It's wonderful to see so many new faces and very familiar ones as well. As you know, my name is Zara Darby. I go to Proctor R. Hug. And my main focus is student mental health. I think one of the biggest things we've seen in mental health lately is when the pandemic hit, is that we had low decline in student mental health. And I just want to bring that up before I continue. It's been known as a mental health crisis, and I think as student voice comes together, as we all come together, we're slowly trying to bring ourselves back up from the pandemic and trying to bring ourselves back up from that global mental health crisis. So with our group, one of the things we talked about was that there was a problem of practice, basically meaning that student mental health is not recognized the way students feel it should be. I know that there's a lot of different approaches when it comes to student mental health, considering just the different levels and the different students that have different things going on. So I think we together have kind of put together our main focuses, just small things we can start doing as a council, as teachers and leaders. One of the things that this is kind of like a more positive thing for schools is that we were thinking of murals, just to kind of beautify and show the positivity of going to school, the positivity of your mental health, your school. And I think that's important for mental health because it raises your school spirit. I know it's a little dated, I guess, but it's I think it helps your school spirit, and I also think it helps your positivity when you see such a beautiful thing that a bunch of students worked on together to help. And I just think that overall brings up positivity, which is something that can be done in most, if not every school. Another thing that we talked about was maybe that not everybody has the exact set of tools or resources to understand their students' mental health entirely. So we were thinking of maybe having videos providing advice for students and teachers. So maybe that's an email every Friday of a couple quick tips. I mean, students' mental health on a global scale is complex. But if we look at the basics and we look at the basics, sorry, and we go through some staggering things like if there is a suicide rate that is going above average, then we could provide in those videos, here are some signs to look for, here's some things you can do to ask your student or your child about what's going on in their lives. And we honestly think that would be very helpful, especially to those who don't necessarily understand how to deal with a child's mental health in general, if not their own. We also thought of another idea, which was our district-wide Mental Health Awareness Week. And this would be similar to something like Spirit Week, where during the week it's like silly costumes or stuff like that. But we were thinking maybe like the colors of suicide prevention or things like that. So it can be like during a week during school that you'll have this brought up, and even if you don't necessarily want to participate in the colors and the festivities, it's good to know as a student that you're being represented, and that it's not a thing to be like shunned or weird, that you can just kind of be understood and represented even if you're not necessarily wanting to be participating in Spirit Week. It's more like I'm seen and heard even if I'm not actively speaking about it. And then our evaluation plan, I'm pretty sure this goes for student voice, of course. So we are trying to start a new year with new outlooks. This includes our growing district boards, student advisory boards in our schools, which is when we're going to get new outlooks, new opinions, because we have growing and different opinions every year, every semester even. And I think as student voice representatives sitting here, we're slowly starting to understand and new outlooks and new opinions. And then our final thing for our evaluation plan is to create a timeline and review progress on milestones for each strategy during student advisory council meetings. So this basically just means that we're understanding what to improve on with our milestones, whether that means a decline in depression or something big like that. Maybe here's our progress. This student that maybe was on the board that was talking about how they were feeling stressed, here's a milestone later that they were feeling less stressed, or that this group of this group of students is feeling less stressed. So we really want to recognize our milestones and achievements as we're getting new outlooks. And yeah, does anyone have any questions?
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Nicole. I'm from Worcester High School. I will be speaking about diversity and inclusion. So since it's such a broad topic, we wanted to narrow it down onto something that we could focus on and create right away. So something that we decided was to get students motivated to join their clubs at school. So that was to make it worth a credit. So they would have to meet the requirements, which are attending 90% of the club's meetings and then meeting club standards. We are waiting for it to be passed as an official credit, but once that happens, we hope to incorporate it into all schools. Our main goal is for every single student to feel a part of their school community some way and to improve the connections between all students. We are hoping with this 0.25 credit, we'll see more improvement within the students. Okay. Do you guys have any questions for me?
I don't have any questions, but I'm really glad that you're looking into this, and I'm particularly excited about the 0.25 elective credit because that really connects a different kind of value. Granted, voice has value, absolutely, but this is also more of like a tangible value for their education. So I think that that's a really smart strategy.
Thank you.
My name is Jared McDonald. I'm a senior at Reed High School. My group talked about college preparedness. So the main problem we discussed was that many students feel unprepared for the college admissions process and career pathways after high school. And so our strategy was to prepare students for this process as they enter their senior year. So one point we had was to advertise counseling and career center services more. Many students from several schools observed that it was difficult to create a counseling or career center appointment, or some didn't even know their school had one. So this is something important to advertise. Our idea was QR codes in every classroom and in hallways. The other thing is we wanted to modify the counselor presentation for each grade level without adding workload to counselors. Currently, presentations talk a lot about UNR admissions requirements and what we need to do to get the Millennium Scholarship. But if they could talk about going a little bit beyond that for other schools, maybe in California or other out-of-state schools, it would be beneficial to many students that have those goals. Finally, we want to incorporate college preparedness with social and emotional learning classes that many schools have. Some students at schools that have this program feel like it's a waste of time and they don't learn a ton from it. And if we could add this to the curriculum, it would help many students. And so we want to evaluate this plan by creating a timeline to review the progress as we go along and see how students are utilizing different tools they have access to.
I love this. This is helpful for all students, but particularly students that do not have family members that went to college or higher education before them. I was one of those students, and as much as my parents loved me very much, they completely could not help me on my path, on my chosen path to a four-year college. So this is something I would have benefited from as well. I often felt lost. My parents often felt unprepared. So I love this. I think that this is really great. Thank you.
I just want to give a big, huge applause because the way you divided it into your three areas, they were all consistent. You identified the problem, and then you identified the work, and then you identified how you were going to see if you were successful or not. And I just think that was wonderful how you organized that. And I look forward truly to hearing all about the work as it evolves, and then the evaluation plan and next steps. This is wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I might add something, President Smith, if that's all right. This is my group, so I love talking about this. I'm super passionate. I just wanted to brag on McQueen a little bit, that our counseling center, we have our counselors will come into our classrooms every year, and they'll give us what's called like a freshman year roadmap, sophomore year roadmap, junior year, et cetera, et cetera. And it just gives us like a really clear layout of what we need to be doing to set ourselves up for success. And I found it really helpful, and I know there's other students that have found it really helpful. And so just that's something that I would love to see in other schools, and just keep incorporating that something with the presentations and the new curriculum and all that. So, but yeah, so I'm really excited about this one. So
that's fantastic.
I would like to open to any final questions, comments from the board.
Thank you, President Smith. So does that group, the college preparedness, I think it said something about other paths. So are you working with students for like going on to a tech school, or, you know, internship, construction, electrician, welding? Is that included? Is it just a college pathway, or does it include other pathways after high school?
Yeah, we discussed that. We didn't want to add that specifically because that'd be a large increase to counselor workload. So more we wanted to focus on encouraging students to research their own pathways, and if they discover any questions they have, that's where you reach out to your counselor.
Thank you, Madam President. Hey, I'm on slide 18. One thing that's really important to me, you have a bullet point there that talks about cell phone policy. So I think the student voice are working on that. Can you give us can somebody give us kind of an update on that, a status on how that policy is developing?
So yes, Dr. Enfield came and talked to us multiple times about this policy, and basically what we all decided as a group was that it should be away during instructional time while you're being taught, and free time it should be your own, it's your phone, but we basically all came to that consensus that during instructional time it should be out of sight. So by out of sight, we mean it can be in the pocket, but the second it comes out of the pocket and becomes a distraction, it's a problem. So we're trying to find a set of more so district-wide rules where it's not, oh, that teacher's going to take your phone if you're on it, but it should be a district-wide community project opposed to just a school or a classroom project.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, just a comment too, if I may. This really, and I chatted with Dr. Lamarck a little bit about this today. This is truly one of the best presentations that I've seen. Not just because you gave it, but I think the PowerPoint is just full of amazing information. I think slides 8 and 9 are really compelling, those infographics that really break down the demographics of our district, that really sort of accentuate this, that we are in fact now a majority district. I think that's really important. I think our community needs to know that, and that message needs to get out a lot more, including the breakout of our teachers, how that demographic looks, contrast to our student population. Really a great job, and I think I'm sure all of our administrators would love to have more students kind of take their place at these meetings. So it's really nice to see all of you. Thank you.
Well, wonderful job, everyone. Oh, Jeff. Trustee Church. I
Thank
saw
you.
your
I'm kinda
hand
hitting
clapping
up here.
emoji, so I didn't realize your hand was up this time. Go ahead.
No problem. Thank you very much. Number one, a great presentation. I was very tempted to weigh in on the first speaker that spoke about donuts. Being a retired police officer, I was very interested in that subject, but I passed on that one. But I do love the idea of clubs that you mentioned. I'm a big proponent of clubs, and so maybe the idea of getting them credit is certainly worth discussing. I know I've attended a student voice meeting, and I can't volunteer the other trustees, but I'm happy to come at any time. And my one question, how does somebody get an issue to the Student Voice Council? If a student or a member of the public, a parent has an issue they want you to discuss, is there a mechanism, or maybe informally, how do we do that?
So basically the best way to probably do that would be to tell your kid. That's probably the best way we have, is to tell your student, and your student comes to the meetings. Our meetings are very open door. We don't close anybody out. We love to have opinions from anybody, including parents. We do have times where we do have specific things that we're working on, but of course we would love to hear comments from everybody opposed to just our select council.
Well, we are so proud of you, and so we would love to have all of our student presenters come up so we can take a photo with you and to celebrate this moment. Thank you so much. All righty, everyone. So now we're going to go ahead and.
Hold on.
Oh,
I have to give someone else.
okay. Oh, all right. We are going to go ahead and take that break now before we go into our last item. So we're going to close item 3.03. And we are going to come back here and rejoin at around 4:55. 4:55. Thank you. All right, everyone, we're going to start to bring it back together. Trustee Church, do we have you on there? All right. We're going to all start sitting down. Or before I do 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. All right. All right, everyone. It is 4:56, and we are going to continue with our regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. And now we are going to move on to our final item in today's regular agenda, and that is item 3.04. This is the presentation and discussion of the draft final district-wide Facilities Modernization Plan, also known as the FMP. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And we have presenting with us today our Chief Operating Officer, Adam Searcy, and then from Canon Design, Paul Mills. And just as a note to our community, we very deliberately went about sharing this information in the way that we have. This item is going to be a discussion, and then we will be bringing it back to this board on December 12th for action, potentially by the trustees. We recognize that this is a large amount of information gathered over a long period of time, so we wanted to introduce it to our community in a phased approach so that we all have the opportunity to process it and then bring it back for another discussion at our next meeting. And so on that note, I will turn it over to you, gentlemen.
Good evening. For the record, Adam Searcy, Chief Operating Officer. Thank you for your time again. And with that thorough and on-point introduction, President Smith, I'm going to immediately turn the floor over to Paul Mills, Senior Vice President with Canon Design.
Good evening, Madam President, Vice President, Dr. Enfield, and trustees. It's a pleasure to be in front of you today. Haven't spoken to you since August when we presented draft options, and we're there. We've done it. I'm presenting today the final recommendations that will be up for action next month. So our agenda here quickly does a bit of a recap of process, and this is more for those watching on any sort of streaming format. We're going to go through a recap of what we presented in August in terms of draft options and which are recommended. We'll not go through that in detail. However, we would encourage those to go back to the August meeting and stream if they want to see the details in the interest of time today. Then we'll follow up with the big picture recommendations and then some discussion about implementation and timeline. So we're here. We're at the end of our process. We're rendering our recommendations to the Board of Trustees, which puts the hard work in your hands to deliver action on the project. The process has involved many, many stakeholders from across the county. The district planning group, which is director level and above members of staff, primarily were our working group to look at guiding principles, to review data, to develop draft options, and to look at feedback from the community to build consensus around these recommendations that we're putting forward today. We also had a stakeholder advisory group with representatives from a student from Hug High School who really kept us on point with the right perspective and definitely kept all of us adults on best behavior. We had representatives from Washoe County government, from the K-12 Foundation Board, from Truckee Meadows Tomorrow, from UNR Center for Autism and Neurodiversity, from a parent from Sun Valley who's a monolingual Spanish speaker participating, as well as a member from the Zoning Advisory Committee, among others, participating and advising in this process. I'm really proud of the work that they did. They actually had liaisons that attended the district planning group as well and participated in this deliberation and process as we built consensus around the recommendations we're sharing with you today. So the process really was built foundationally, kind of like this pyramid image here describes. We started with this process with a discussion around what's right for all students in Washoe County School District, and we came up with this tagline of investments in equity, efficiency, and community. The underpinnings of that are on this slide here, but I'm going to move forward. We looked at data next. After we had a good grounding in what's right for all students, we looked at what the facts were. The things that really stood out in our studies of your buildings and enrollment projections and demographics, as well as surveys of your community, were something that no one will dispute, that you have aging facilities. Many facilities built from the 50s and even earlier, built for another age of instruction and learning, and really beyond their expected life cycles, energy inefficiency, and completely inadequate for modern instruction. Next, we sadly noticed that many cases where we had the oldest and least adequate facilities were those buildings that were housing some of your most fragile communities, most at-risk students. And there are definitely some patterns of inequities that this FMP has the opportunity to disrupt. Next, we noticed that there were a lot of operational inefficiencies, right? Your buildings were built for communities that have changed over time. Demographically, we've seen aging populations. We've seen some shifts in growth out towards suburbs where we had a lot of schools where there used to be a lot of students that aren't there anymore. As a result of this, still in operation are many very under-enrolled schools that are old buildings, very expensive to operate, very energy efficient, and creating opportunities for trade-up scenarios that we've been talking about. And finally, when we reached out at the very beginning of this process and had a survey and community meetings with your community, we heard loud and clear that there was a hunger and appetite for improvements, for change, particularly when change, even as dramatic as changing the number of schools, locations of schools, or consolidations, if there was a trade-up scenario with improved facilities, and even more importantly than that, better resourced educational programs. So next in the process was looking at all that data and grounded with our principles and creating a series of draft options. Those are what I shared with you in August before we went out into the community and shared the final draft of those draft options, and the sorts of outcomes were on the table. We used the term yes if as a way to inspire design thinking around obstacles, not a no because scenario or no because mindset. And we led to some transformational outcomes. All the way throughout this process, there was heavy investment in community engagement. And these numbers here are real. Of particular pride that we have is the number of students that we engaged in the process, that participated in the surveys, that we met with the student advisory committee and worked with them on 2 occasions, and the participants that actually came out to the meetings of students were really something we're proud of. Also, we're very proud of the fact, and this was a suggestion from Chief of Staff, that we have some Spanish-speaking exclusive meetings. We always had translation, but the delivery was primarily in English with a translation. We had 2 meetings that were exclusively in Spanish in those communities that had some rather dramatic change, and we did take live polling and questions at those surveys, and we confirmed that these were folks that had not participated in the process otherwise, and we're really proud of that fact. Here's some pictures of some of the postcards along the way, a lot of the work that we've done throughout the community. So next, that's where we are today. We're at the point of decision making, and that's what's in your hands. We're going to provide professional recommendations as national consultants, with a personal stake having grown affection to your district and your communities, but we're dispassionately providing recommendations to you in the best interest of students. And then from there, what do we do with this as a board of trustees is that this is for your approval, right? On December 12th. This will be up for action, and that is to approve this facility modernization plan and to provide direction to staff to proceed with implementation of recommended actions. So where this goes is action, and that's the most important part. This isn't a plan to gather dust on a shelf. This is a plan for action, and you can take to heart that this isn't a final decision on all the 15-year of decisions and recommendations that we're putting forward. Each and every project will be brought forward to you, every action for rezoning, just like this evening, and grade reconfiguration, consolidations, all these things have their own processes and policies in place and will come back before you. So I'm going to quickly pivot from what led us to this point and speak to where we last were when I presented a series of draft options to you. We had this very thick book that posted online, and I would urge anyone streaming this to go to the August 25th workshop in which we presented these draft options if you want to see these in detail. I'm going to quickly go through the ones that are recommended tonight. So in the area of North Valleys, the challenge was relative to the crowding at the high school level. We looked at 4 different options that were out there, including a status quo as option A and a couple of different options, and option B is the one that's recommended. We have the survey results from the countywide survey down at the bottom. Left-hand side within each column is all participating votes that were put in, and then on the right are those that from people that had identified any of the schools that are affected by this option. So we kind of have an overall, and then we have a directly affected by numeral. The scaling of it is a Likert scale of strongly support, support, neutral, oppose, strongly oppose, and if you consider them a 1-star through 5-star scenario, we have the average there for each column. So you can kind of track down the bottom. Now I will own that in some cases we have a small sample size, and we took that into consideration when reviewing these, but it was a good directional input into building consensus with the DPG and the stakeholder advisory group liaisons that were attending. So in the area of Desert Skies and its feeder elementary schools, we looked at option to renovate all schools, and we looked at option B to renovate all schools, but however, Sun Valley, objectively one of the oldest and least adequate facilities in your portfolio, to actually go a step further and do major reconstruction of that campus. You're going to see a pattern here that's evolving in a few of these in a succession. We have the same sort of pattern up in North Valleys again. The elementary schools that feed into O'Brien and Cold Springs. We looked at the elementary schools there, and option A was to renovate everywhere. Option B was to take it a step further in the cases of Lemon Valley and Stead Elementary Schools to rebuild major reconstruction at both of those campuses. The permutation on option B here is that you have a property on Silver Dollar Lane that's really close to Stead, and to rebuild the new Stead offsite on the new campus, which creates opportunities to get it done more efficiently, safely, cost effectively, and even create a scenario for swing space to facilitate the Lemon Valley project. So moving down towards Reno, Swope and its elementary schools that feed it, we have a similar pattern of renovate everywhere, or renovate everywhere and to consider a major reinvestment, in this case at Anderson Elementary School, objectively one of the oldest, least adequate facilities in your portfolio, serving one of the most at-risk populations in your community. Looking at moving down to Vaughn and Worcester, we presented options A and B, and this is the case where you'll recall we had a scenario for long-term trade-ups. That's where we knew that the timelines for implementing some of these projects would be long, and to name specific schools that would be repurposed and others that would be replaced larger, to be able to accommodate more than one school. To name those that would be implemented in the long term, we felt would be irresponsible, and you need to check in later on, but we're putting forward the idea of the concept and naming the groups of schools, but not specific outcomes. So we are recommending option B in this scenario, and we actually have named the schools in this area for specific strategic reasons. While we had put in the draft options that this would be a long-term trade-up scenario, it is for half of these schools. However, we are naming the schools for specific reasons, and that is that Booth would be, Echo Loader Elementary School would be replaced in the very near term and built larger, like putting up Holocatus Elementary School, South Campus, on the Loader campus, which would enable Corbett Elementary School to be rezoned into trading up to a brand new facility, better equipped and better resourced school. The reason for this and the acceleration of it is that Corbett Elementary School being immediately across the street from Worcester High School, which is objectively and measured in our facility assessments the least adequate of all your high schools in your portfolio, needs to be done on the early term. the opportunities that are there with Corbett Elementary School as swing space to facilitate its reconstruct Worcester, and long-term to have some sort of asset that is either part of the high school or even a compendium to it, such as a pre-K that could be there, that could be a living laboratory for students at Worcester High School that want to go into a career path in early education, just as an example. But we saw that opportunity as something that needed to be accelerated. And by virtue of the fact that the community results supported change over status quo, we felt comfortable in making that recommendation, and we built consensus in the district planning group for that. We also, even though it's very long-term, Veterans Memorial and Booth are the other two elementary schools. We wanted to be straight with the community about it by virtue of the fact that Veterans Memorial, we're not recommending demolishing that facility. It is historic and is quite a lovely facility in the fabric of the community. However, it's not the best educational environment for students. And we're recommending repurposing that for another higher, better use within the community, and that school be rezoned only after Booth is rebuilt, and that's towards the end of the cycle. So moving to Clayton and its elementary schools. This is one where we named 4 elementary schools for long-term trade-up scenario, 2 being repurposed, but moving into 2 reconstructed campuses. And similar to the previous one, we're actually naming Tolles as one that would be rebuilt, and that one of the other 3 would be rebuilt, and then the other 2 would be repurposed, all trading up into newer, larger, and better resourced schools. The reason we named Tolles is strategically because of its geographical location adjacent to Clayton Middle School. It's kind of a hub of the community with city parks there, and it makes a lot of sense for that one, and we wanted to come forward and name that. It's towards the midpoint of the recommendations, as you'll see in a moment. So now we're going to get a little more complicated. In the area of Pine Middle School and its related elementary schools, you can see we had 5 draft options that were on the table. The latter 2 were permutations on rezoning, permutations of options B and C that were brought forward by the community in our community meetings earlier this spring. And we updated those and brought them forward in the fall to include their options. And at this point, we are recommending a study. Option C looks at a scenario where Pine would be rebuilt after the reconstruction of Vaughn Middle School into a pre-K-8 program. Now, you have one example in your portfolio right now, a very highly successful school at Mount Rose, a small school as well. And what we're recommending, by virtue of the fact you really don't have the template, you don't have the design standard of the building, nor the educational program laid out for this type of rollout. But it's our recommendation that these students definitely deserve taking the time and investing, committing some resources into administrative staff to lead a task force to study pre-K-8 as an educational model. See what's working great at Mount Rose, see what's working at area charter schools within your community, looking outside of Washoe County, across the state, and even across the country, where pre-K-8 is on the table.
Paul, thank you so much. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted the trustees to know that this was a conversation that was really spurred by, if you recall, in one of our quality of ed presentations, we saw that transitions for our students in middle school are very problematic. And so we felt that given that data, given what we were seeing in terms of the impact that those transitions have on students at that critical time, that exploring a pre-K-8 model, we just had the obligation to our kids and to our community to at least explore it. Who knows what the outcome will be, but to just take it off the table out of sight just didn't feel right given that data.
Right. And objectively, in our the conversations that we had with the community, particularly with one of the Spanish-speaking meetings that we had, there was a lot of vocal support to explore this option for the familial aspects, for younger sibling to be brought to school by the older siblings and all this. So there's a lot of interest in that. We feel very comfortable recommending that by virtue of the fact that district leadership is ready to take on that task. Option B is kind of the other, if pre-K.
Do you mind if I just jump in?
Sure.
Just a quick question on that, and I think that this is a great idea so that we can really deep dive into this. In a scenario like that, the K-8 the middle school portion of it may not be as large as some of these other middle schools that we have. So it would be more of a customized design for a smaller area, right? Just want to address that in case anyone has any questions, because obviously we're building middle schools that are very, very large, but this style could look different to serve a smaller geographic area.
It could. Now, we're recommending large pre-K-8s sized between 900 and 1,200 students, which is large. However, per cohort, it's fewer than you would have at the middle school level. Now, this could manifest itself as a signature program or opt-in magnet school, or it could be a boundaried or some sort of hybrid there of similar to what you have at Mount Rose. Now, that could be determined during the study phase, right? But option B is a great option as well, in that Pine Middle School would be reimagined as an elementary school, which would fuel trade-ups in that general area. So similar. Yes.
Thank you. Am I clear to speak?
Absolutely.
Good, thank you. Just since we were on that topic, I'm very, very uncomfortable with the concept of pre-K-8 mixing them all together. But I realize this is just research and proposal. I will say that within that research proposal, I'd like to see the concept kind of like I've seen in Lyon County, where at times some of the schools are co-located together. So the kids are totally separate, but the schools are kind of clustered together, say elementary and middle school. And that allows for savings on maintenance and law enforcement and some of the staff things, allowing the older kids to bring the younger kid to school, but keeping them separate. So thank you for letting me opine.
Absolutely, that's a great observation.
And that is a model. We just opened a school that Time Magazine recognized as the best invention in 2022 up in Pennsylvania that has that exact model. You go in, front door, turn left for the lower grades, right for the upper, but you have a shared kitchen in the middle. Anyway, it's something that can be studied. I will point out, though, that we don't want to dally. As your superintendent has often said, these students need us to move quickly. And while deferring a decision is wise to do, we don't recommend taking a long time to do it. It does impact the critical path of the construction projects, which are secondary to the educational reforms. However, in the interest of students, we do recommend that that take place in the very near term. So this is rather similar to our recommendation in the area of Trainer, Sparks, Dilworth, and its 12 elementary schools that feed into them. We explored 5 different options, and we're narrowing it down pretty much to option C or option D, which has a pre-K-8 area. So as a result of that study, could determine the outcomes in this space. Up in Incline Village, we really narrowed this down after engaging with the community to one recommendation or one option, and that is to have continued study to look at the enrollment. And we've laid out, it doesn't need to be long, a brief, perhaps 3 to 6 month independent study that's really comprised of locals there for its unique geographical location. But we've laid out some precepts there. One, first and foremost, listen to students and families. They need to be really central to this process. To review the demographics in the area, which is rather unique because you don't have live births recorded in that area. It's hard to really predict. We hear anecdotally from the community that there's a bumper crop of toddlers coming up, and we want to urge you to continue studying with the community and build consensus around where the demographics are going, and to authentically explore options, whether it's looking at status quo and just taking care of the buildings in spite of some of the challenges associated with small school size, or to look at some opportunities to maybe change the portfolio similar to what we're recommending in other parts of the county.
I see Trustee Westlake's light on.
Thank you, President Smith. Has the community at Incline and has the FMP committee, have you guys explored a pre-K through 8 and combining the elementary and middle and do a pre-K through 8th up there? Is that possible?
We've explored it. There are some challenges to it. The best facility for that would be your existing elementary school due to its younger age and the amenities that are there. You probably, in order to have the sorts of amenities you have at both your middle schools and elementary schools under that roof print, you'd want to have a small addition. And we do know that there's some local building impediments to growth up in that area, which aren't insurmountable. If we take a yes-if perspective and really work through this, there probably are some solutions in that pre-K-8 space.
Thank you.
All right, so those were the options and draft options. Now, in any of the other areas, there's a lot of schools we didn't name there. It was because we only had option A, and that's because we had stable enrollment and enough capacity in the area. It's really about taking care of the buildings and finding those transformative outcomes through the majesty of design and construction, which leads us to what really we're here to talk about, and that's these recommendations. This is a moment to celebrate. This FMP prescribes outcomes that include all schools will be improved within 15 years, which is a reasonable time frame for building systems to be refreshed responsibly, as well as to be able to, within a generation of students, to be able to affect the outcomes for all schools. And this is with your current funding sources. No new taxes are required to accomplish this task. It eliminates over district-wide. And we're proud to say that by virtue of the trade-up scenarios that we're recommending, we can avoid $140 million of otherwise renovations you would have to do to bring all the buildings that are half full up to current standards. That's a lot of money. We could build a lot with $140 million. And here's where the real magic happens. The millions of dollars of operational savings to your general fund, not just once, but year in, year out, every year, that can be reinvested into the classroom. That's what the commitment to efficiency and equity is all about. And then we're real excited about the notion of possibly creating a whole new pathway, a whole new model that could provide access and expand choice for students in your community through the pre-K-8 study. So what we're talking about is over 100 projects, right, in studies, 15 years, north of $2 billion. And here's the way it breaks down in terms of the types of projects. We've identified some future schools that are not needed right now, and the forecast of projections of students do not indicate the need within the current time frame. However, good enrollment change in certain areas, they could be reinserted into the project. But right now, they're kind of we know they're there, and being mindful with the triggers in place. Next category, new schools and reconstruction. So we have one site, that's the new Stead Elementary School built in Silver Dollar Lane, that's represented in green there. All the rest of 12 additional schools are replacing the schools just like we did with O'Brien recently, right? To rebuild these, and these are built to today's standards, like the Polokitases, like the Desert Skies, onto older campuses in your older parts of the community, which fuel these trade-up scenarios and opportunities to have newer, fewer, better equipped facilities within your portfolio. The big tall column in orange and yellow, that's 65. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's complete. I love the vibe that you're in right now. I do just want to defer to Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. This is just real quick. Can you kind of tell us where we're at or where you're at as far as looking at like Natchez and Gerlach, the more rural communities?
Absolutely. If I can either address your question right now, or we do have it planned just in a little bit in the process.
I'll wait. Thanks.
Outstanding. So the big tall column there, $1 billion for 65 campuses, that's what we've all along said. Most of the facilities are going to remain where they are at the current grade configurations. We just need to take care of those buildings. Many of them are getting old, and these are renovation, revitalization, and general maintenance type projects in your newest schools. Now, we do have school consolidations recommended here, right? There are 6 campuses that we're recommending that are named to be repurposed, right? One of those is Stead. That's actually not being closed. It's just moving to a new facility nearby. But we're not recommending just shuttering these buildings and leaving a blight in your communities. We feel it's responsible to budget, and we've put forward $15 million, and there are $14 million in the plan to improve those facilities for whatever new repurposing, whatever new function wants to go in there, whether it's a new administrative function for the district, whether it's some sort of partnership with your municipalities, or even public-private partnerships that could create and solve some other challenges that might exist, such as the high cost of staff housing. So there's 6 of those there. And then we have the category long-term trade-up, which is going to manifest these 13 schools in either, some of those will be rebuilt or renovated or repurposed. We just don't identify which is which at this stage, because this is something that's 10 years and beyond, and we feel that you'll want to reassess at that point in time and determine, but we wanted in this plan to lay the tracks for and to put resources in place. So there's $188 million among these schools, and the way it breaks down, we have budgeted for 2 replacements, 5 renovations, and 6 of those modest renovations to accommodate a repurposing. Now, the final column there speaks to Trustee Rodriguez's query earlier about Natchez and Gerlach, where due to their unique circumstances, now we attempted to include them in our stakeholder advisory group through invitation, et cetera, and we do believe there's more work required to engage these very unique communities, particularly as it relates to the cultural heritage at Natchez, and to explore with them what types of projects need to happen, what types of educational programs, what does the graduate look like from the program, is maybe there a K-8 scenario there. All of this can be accomplished through a focused study in those 2 communities. And then Incline Village's 3 schools also fit into this category. But as you can see, among those 10 schools, we have a healthy budget for some serious reinvestment in those facilities. So this is one, I'm not going to harbor on it, but I wanted for those streaming to have the moment to hit pause. If you have an interest in a particular school and you want to see what the outcome is in the recommendations that we're putting forward, all of the schools are listed on the screen among those categories that I just went through. So here's a way to look at the dollars where they're being reinvested. When I went through kind of the big headlines for the FMP, we had a map on the right-hand side. The sizes of those circles were corresponding to the reinvestments. And I'm sorry I didn't pick it up at the moment, but you might have noticed that those larger circles were in the old, mature, the inner core of your communities, right? And you can see it demonstrated here. If you go from right to left, looking at you're reinvesting in the Wooster feeder, looking at Sparks, Reed, and the split feeders between Sparks and Reed, North Valleys, McQueen, and working your way towards the younger parts, you can see where there is a pivot in the history and trajectory of your CIP, a new day of reinvestment that began with the replacement of Hug and continued with O'Brien and Swope, but we're really doubling down in your communities that really need some improvements for the sake of equitable access to facilities and programs. All right, I'm getting close, guys. So now that's the what. Now the when and how. The implementation of this, and this is a conversation about priorities. In our countywide survey, we asked the question of your stakeholders, what's the most important things to consider when determining the order and timing of projects? And we listened to the responses from your community and we responded in this implementation plan. First, the items on the left are the rank order on average of everyone's input into the survey. Oldest and worst condition facilities, and we broke this down, and you'll very soon have access to this on our dashboard on our website. But you break this down by any category, this was always number 1, by different racial groups, by different geographical communities or roles and relationships to the district. And we put the highest weight towards that. Second, very consistent dealing with crowding is important. So we actually have created its own initiative and its own accelerated timetable for dealing with crowding. Number 3, having the highest and most positive impact with lowest cost, being frugal and thrifty with your resources. And we have set this up in a way which allows operations and the capital projects team to have opportunities to create bid packages that I'll describe in a minute that increase the cost efficiency of delivering the projects. And fourth, to enable more operational dollars to go to teachers and programs. It's way up there in terms of priority, and we made sure that those trade-up scenarios had its own accelerated timeline in the recommendations. So we created these initiatives. They're on screen here, and they lay out over time. Let me explain them to you quickly. Legacy projects are the ones that you're already familiar with. These are projects that are already underway. We're getting them done. All right, Debbie Smith, the RISE program that will be housed at the Debbie Smith campus, as well as the replacement of Vaughn Middle School. Continued study, those are the ones we mentioned earlier in the process. And just to reiterate there, the big issue is, or one of the first orders of business is to really explore pre-K-8, right? This affects Pine and Trainer, potentially Incline, and even Natchez potentially could go that way as well. But the sort of commitment that we're recommending is to assign some dedicated staff towards it. That does require some operational investment to do so, to have some sort of pre-K-8 czar to be able to really focus on this and lead a task force through a study process, again, looking at Mount Rose, looking at your area charters as well as benchmarking across the country, and to work with the community and listen to students in that process, but do that sort of research. And then next, those geographically remote schools that we mentioned earlier. Managed growth is the branding of our pathway to deal with crowding, and that really gratefully due to the great stewardship of your resources that staff has done and your guidance as a board. We don't have many left to check off the list. It's really limited down to North Valley's High School to deal with the crowding that's there, because we're just not at the point to build a new high school out towards Cold Springs yet. However, we're recommending let's get on with it with additions and renovations to the existing high school. We've put the Newstead into this category as well because it does create flexibility by building off-site. We now have a surplus asset that could address any sort of quick growth by virtue of having a campus in the area. We also have triggers for future projects that would fall into place if and when they happen. Now, very vital among your portfolio are your special education program at Piccolo, as well as your alternative education programs that serve students that don't thrive or need to be outside of the traditional school setting. And we've listed them here. We've had meaningful conversations, and we do know that there is a study commissioned to work with the Council of Great City Schools to look at these types of programs, and we're shortly after the completion of that, scheduling the sorts of renovations that you see listed here. The trade-up strategy is a long pathway, and by virtue of the fact that there was a precondition on school closure, that it only would be an example where there's a clear benefit to students, and it wasn't just rezoning to another older school that's further away from home, but trading up to a new facility, right? And those are listed here. The sorts of things that a school could be repurposed into. I shared this list with you, I want to say it was February of this year, but these are the sorts of things looking at district use opportunities, interagency, community-based organizational type uses, direct sale, even to generate capital, or public-private partnerships that could be used for mixed use, staff housing, professional development, et cetera. These are the sorts of things that are out there, and we've budgeted in your program so that these don't become blights in your communities. And then prioritize improvements. That's that big, tall stack of 65 schools that will be prioritized by virtue of the data that we garnered during the study of your schools with the weights and influence from the survey that we took of your community. The sorts of outcomes will be like we've done at Swope Middle School with an addition renovation project there, or looking at improvements such as even replacing O'Brien. We've studied your sheep sheds, prototypes here, and we have to live within your means and touch every school within 15 years. We're not necessarily overhauling every inch and doing every last thing, but we're surgically going into those older buildings and bringing them up closer to your current standards at many of these schools by focusing on creating those learning hubs, multi-purpose room improvements, and to create STEAM labs and adjacency to the outdoors. These sorts of things can be done at scale, very cost efficiently in the way that we're recommending. We did the same thing for the pinwheel models where you have 23, you have a lot of these, as well as your pod elementary schools, and there's even some prototypes in the middle schools. So the timeline looks something on the grand scale looks like this. This is 15 years across the way, And you can see that we've prioritized that study and engagement alongside your legacy projects that would inform your managed growth projects, special and alternative ed, and trade-up scenarios. The prioritized improvements we've articulated in 3 phases, and that's really to help manage expectations of your stakeholders as much as anything. That we have a general sense of, yeah, this school sits towards the beginning, towards the end, or somewhere in the middle, right? So the detail of where all the projects lie are in the next 3 slides here. And I'm going to point out a few things that will ultimately be detailed out in the final report that you're going to see for the presentation next month. Right, so I'm going to point out a couple things. Your legacy projects, they're already underway. That at North Valley's high school as well as Newstead, those are right out of the chute. And staff is loaded, ready to go. You have the money in the bank. It's just a matter of getting direction from the Board of Trustees to move forward with these projects. And we also are signaling that other long-term capacity needs are ready to go, but they're just not expected to be needed in the very near term. Those near-term studies will help inform some of your other projects, like your special alternative ed programs, as well as some of those trade-up projects where we have pre-K-8 on the table. Corbett campus, as I mentioned earlier, that the ultimate outcome is that that would be incorporated into or to facilitate or both the Worcester High School project, and that's why it is front-loaded. But we're not just rezoning Corbett students to an older school. We're actually going to put immediate attention on replacing Echo Loader Elementary School so that the students would be rezoned to a brand new Polokita style school at Echo Loader. And then we have the long-term trade-up scenarios that are there, and those few exceptions where we did name them because it just makes the absolute logical sense and we want to be transparent with the community. The next slide pivots into those prioritized improvements, phases 1 and 2, and the third one is phase 3. I want to signal that the high schools we've filtered towards the top so you can see the kind of the order of where you're largest and or everyone has interest in their high schools. But as you can see in phase 1, Reed, Sparks, and Worcester are right, starting from day 1 with different durations because of the complexities of those schools. Reed can be done rather quickly. It's an addition renovation type project. Sparks High School is a historic renovation that has a lot of cultural heritage to the community, and we're not lost on that. It's going to take a bit longer. And Worcester is a large campus that's going to have a major reconstruction over time, similar to what you're doing right now with the transformation of the old Hug into Debbie Smith. Right? McQueen is next. It's in phase 1, but it'll be the next one down the hike. And if you scoot down a little bit mid-page, you see Reno High School is the only high school in phase 2. So one thing I want to signal out is that early on in the process, right out of the chute, staff is ready to move forward with Matthews, Palmer, and Maxwell. These are a pod, a pinwheel, and a sheep shed so that we can learn some lessons, do the Kaizen model of continuous improvement, and really figure out and solve those and implement those projects before jumping into the rest, which would follow suit with different opportunities for packaging these to have more efficient delivery. And we have engaged with the construction industry about this topic, and they're in support of this type of delivery, which allows best bang for the buck in conformance with what your community has priority for. So the last slide here looks at your phase 3 of renovations, and you'll notice these are your youngest in your portfolio. The high schools, Galena, Incline, Spanish Springs, AACT, Damani Ranch, and Hug are towards the latter end of the 15-year cycle. And then you can see your younger elementaries and middles down below. So this is the slide that I'm sure everyone's kind of wanting to know about. And then our briefing with the media earlier today, we made sure that this is the list where there is change. We have had a lot of overt and intentional outreach into the communities in these areas, and we have met with every principal that's affected by these types of outcomes. So that there's no surprises here. However, it's not just that you make the decision and it gets implemented and the community experiences it. This is an ongoing process, and we recommend continued conversations with these school communities so that they understand what's coming down the pike. If they are new to the area or didn't have the opportunity to participate in the planning process. But I've laid out the timeline here, and these are where we have either changing the use of a school to a different grade level, or even consolidating schools, including those where we have a group of schools and it'll be one of several of those, right? And you'll see the dates on the left-hand side there. There's a couple of these that are in the nearer term, but this isn't overnight. It's not next year. The first one is Pine Middle School. This is in 2026, which is a trade-up scenario where all Pine Middle School students would be rezoned to the rebuilt Vaughn, Marcy Hers, a really new school, or DePoli, which is newish as well. They all seem rather new. So going from Pine, from the 1960s, 70s timeframe, to brand new facilities and better scaled and equipped. Or that Pine Middle School be rebuilt, instead of as an elementary school, rebuilt as a pre-K-8 school, creating the opportunities in the area pending that study, right? But that's 2026 timeframe. That's a few years from this calendar year. After that would be Corbett. We mentioned them before. That's getting Echoloader built, the trade-up scenario to consolidate there. So Corbett is on the nearer term in terms of repurposing the campus, but the merging the program with another one for a better resourced school. In 2028, we have Smithridge and Dodson, which is the result of Pine Middle School reconstruction, right? And then either Traynor or Dilworth, pending the outcome of the study of pre-K-8 for that area. That's all in the 2028 timeframe. That's 5 years from this calendar year. Afterwards, we start getting into the 2030s, right? So the timeline for this, while it sounds really dramatic to talk about consolidations and dramatic change in your portfolio, we're talking about a very intentional time frame with a lot of capital investment to make it happen. So Duncan would be the result of what the outcome with Traynor, that one of either Elmcrest, Peavine, and Warner would be rezoned to the rebuilt tolls, 2033 through 2037 timeframe, several schools in the area around Traynor, Sparks, Dilworth area. And also the final schools would be the Veterans Memorial, moving in with Booth that's rebuilt, and then one of Elmcrest, Peavine, and Warner going to the other rebuilt school. So this is kind of the list of dramatic change, probably ones that the community is rather interested in. You know, other than just buildings being improved, where are there some actually changes in the portfolio? These are those listed right here. So in summary, recapping, I showed this slide before, but as you can see from the investments made in the core areas of your Sparks Reno communities, that all schools will be improved within 15 years. No students left behind in this FMP. With the current funding sources that you have, we don't have to go to the community for more resources than they've already generously committed towards your CIP program. Overcrowding eliminated. Avoiding $140 million that can be reinvested into bigger, better, more impactful projects at all the remaining schools, and millions of dollars year in and year out that can be reinvested into programs, student supports, and teachers. And then exploration of a whole new pathway with pre-K-8. That's what the FMP is all about, and that's our recommendation to you. Five years? Tammy?
So I heard one of my colleagues say the word that was in my head, and it was wow. This is everything our community dreamed of and believed in when it passed WC1 in 2016. This is a path that delivers on every promise we made to not leave behind any of our students. And I have a particular soft spot for the reimagination of education in our established neighborhoods, because I have long said that where you learn is almost as important as what you learn. And children who are sitting in hallways eating lunch are not prepared for their best performance when they are cold, when they don't have the same opportunities as others. And you're exactly right when you say that a lot of those schools that I'm referencing are in the areas where we need to show our children a special level of love and support as we launch them into the future of their choosing. To say that this is exceptional would be an understatement. This work, the hundreds of meetings, the thousands upon thousands of people that were consulted, and the vision that you've just laid out for Washoe County it's superlative, sincerely. Unbelievable. So with that, I do have a couple questions for you. I'll start with, I think it's slide 17. It's about Anderson. And my question on that is, and I know that as these plans come together, we'll refine it. It's the 700 student size that caught me, because we're rebuilding Smith Ridge. Huffaker's not going anywhere. So when this project is looked at in a little bit more of a micro sense, is it possible that it wouldn't be quite this large? Because, spoiler alert, this is my area. And I just wonder, with all the other schools, if you would really need a school of that size. Now, I like the idea of having more than enough space for them, but when you look at this project more specifically, is it possible that you may resize it?
Absolutely. It's toward the midpoint of this cycle, and there will be a reassessment of your enrollment projections at that point in time, plus continued engagement in the communities to see what types of programs want to be there. It can be scaled smaller in that area, and also it's budgeted for a large school and a reconstruction of the whole campus. Now, that is a postage stamp size campus. I want to say it's 4 to 5 acres, very small, very challenging. It's just a matter of logistics and money. Perhaps there's a temporary rezoning to vacate the campus entirely, to reconstruct that campus, or some sort of selective demolition, but there's a heavy reinvestment in that area that really sorely needs it.
I think that's fantastic. And when you look at each of the projects, you'll take a customized focus based on the needs of the area, because just like what we're doing with Vaughn and what we did with O'Brien, we may have a need for community centers, and I'm not making any promises, but you'll look at each project individually to reflect the needs and the desires of each community so that their neighborhood school reflects the needs.
Right. We heard a lot of desire for different types of programs, and absolutely the educational side of this is tantamount to what the buildings are. You have some amazing design standards that can house any sort of program, but hearing those stories when the design is happening is so crucial to this.
Fantastic. One other question for you. Again, not making any commitments, but when we talk about repurposing, ideas which would all go through their own process could look like us considering dedicated pre-K centers, other community needs. Can you talk just a little bit about that, but again, making it very clear that we're not committing to anything, but we're just talking through what does that look like when we take a former educational site and turn it into either a different type of educational site or something else? Could you just offer a little bit of insight on that?
Absolutely. I mean, you named one of the most important ones. Getting the start right is part of your strategic plan, and you have abundant opportunities in your communities with these repurposed campuses. The other day I was watching the local news, and they're talking about how Meals on Wheels for elders needed a home. And I was like, we have assets for you. Just give us a little bit of time, right? We're only limited by imagination, creativity, and a bit of drive to make stuff happen. And we've given you the resources in the plan to be able to fulfill any sort of promise that wants to come out.
I think that's wonderful. All of those sound like wonderful ideas. I am particularly passionate around access to high quality pre-K education. So over the course of the years to come, I don't want there to be any surprises. I'll be advocating for that, because we know that when we get our children off to a strong start, then they're on the best path for their own education and their future. So just absolute home run. I mean, we're talking like grand slam, bottom of the ninth, like amazing. This is absolutely amazing. So I will open it up to any of my other colleagues that have any questions or thoughts before we wrap this up, again, knowing that we'll be bringing this back on December 12th.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to say thank you for giving us the individual meetings that we had where we were able to go through this and ask a whole bunch of questions prior to this meeting, so I appreciate that, because this was a lot of information. I just wanted to reiterate for the record that what we're looking at here is a 15-year plan, right? And similar to what you currently do, Mr. Searcy, today, and Tammy as well, when you bring us each individual school, any construction or development or plans, you bring it before us, that same process remains for anything in this 15-year plan.
That's 100% correct. All of the rezoning, the funding approval processes, even the contract award processes will all apply to every one of these projects, and then some.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Mine are easy. Yeah, again, thank you. Wonderful work. I'm glad we're not going to be tested on it. I do appreciate making special ed and the alternate programs a priority. I saw the timeline on that. That looks fantastic. And I got a question. I think Trustee Westlake would appreciate this too. I did ask it already, so I think you gave a good answer in writing, but I want to get it on the record, and that is, there's been a lot of discussion about athletic fields, particularly at the high school levels. Some are in poor condition, some of our older schools. So how does this fit into improving some of our turf, our field, our athletic fields?
We have budgeted for renovation projects at all your schools that aren't being changed into something else, right? And there's ample budget to be able to accommodate not just the buildings themselves, but to take care of any sort of program needs, including PE and athletics.
I'd just like to add, I did respond in writing. Paul didn't see that one, but I said the same thing. Buildings and grounds are a part of the educational standards at our newest schools, and those will be addressed accordingly at our high schools, middle schools, et cetera. I also wanted to take the opportunity to add that in addition to the FMP, the annual capital renewal program, as we often refer to it, that replaces tracks and albeit perhaps not at the pace or scale that we would like, that program replaces roofs, replaces floors, windows, all of that. That is going to continue and will be in addition to the FMP. So I just wanted to clarify that's going to be ongoing as well. Thanks.
Trustee Church?
Let me find my unmute button. A great presentation, as I told them directly. Excellent research. Definitely worth the money. Some of the things here are no-brainers. We got to get moving on them. I love the idea of saving money. I love the idea of making buildings more efficient. And quite frankly, that may include closing. You may call it repurposing. I call it closing some schools. So that's all wonderful. Other parts are more controversial, as I opined on the K-8 idea, didn't resonate with me. Representing Incline Village, having attended the meetings, having looked at it, I'm not going to regurgitate my 12 reasons not to. I will just say that at those meetings, I think I can say 100% opposition. Sometimes would say 99%. No, I think it was 100% opposition to closing Incline Middle School. And I stand by that. So there may be more research, involved, but I think the community has spoken on that. If we do the research, I want to avoid a unmanageable, large 25, 20 plus person committee over the course of 2 years. That's not practical. It just ain't going to work. Second of all, if we do look at it, I would like to include looking at, just like the others, rebuilding it to modern standards. But in this case, because of the proximity up the mountains, the location, it's isolated, with staff housing, not community housing, but staff housing. And I could go on and on why that's a great idea. But if we do look at it, that needs to be on the table of rebuilding it to modern standards with staff housing, because again, all the reasons I could say. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say thank you for the work. I know this is a lot of work. I will champion a little bit, kind of on the topic of staff housing. I do know Gerlach, so I just want to kind of put a little bit of bug in your ear. Feel free to talk to Stacy, Principal Black out there, because it's very remote. And I do know a handful of teachers do commute and or stay out there, and seeing some of the housing there, it's not, in my mind, not adequate. So I just want to put that little bit of bug in your ear. And again, thank you for all the work you guys have done.
All right. Well, that was incredible. This is just such fantastic work by your team, by our facilities team, by all the people that led these meetings, all the people that were heard through the process. And I feel the spirit of our community in this plan, and this absolutely reflects our heart here in Washoe County and fulfills the dream that we had laid out for WC1. So thank you so much. Look forward to having you back at our next meeting as well. Thank you. All right, everyone. That closes item 3.04 and moves us into section 4. Our student representative had some studying to do, so she headed home a little while ago. So we will go ahead and skip past item 4.01 and move on to item 4.02, our board reports. And since we have Trustee Church on virtually, I will defer to him to kick us off.
Thank you very much. Let me pull up my notes. Number one, I am down in the Las Vegas, Clark County area. We have the Nevada Association School Board starting in 2 days. So I'm just down here a little bit early, no cost to the taxpayer, but that's why I'm not sitting there where Trustee Woodley is at right now. Number two, I just want to mention again, as I had before, there's various committees that people can join. Those of us that care about our community, state, local, school board, etc. Right now, we don't have very many openings until June at the school board. I just want to put that bug in the ear of people that are watching and may want to get involved. I did have the opportunity to attend a 501c3 nonprofit Reno Blues Society dance. Why am I bringing that up? Because there's a program called Blues in the School. I would love to get our kids involved. And again, it's a 501c3 nonprofit. I'm not on their board. I just think it's a wonderful idea for those kids that may be interested in music. They may want to get involved with this. If anybody is interested, student, teacher, member of the community, I can't do it. I don't have the time. But I'd really like to look at some program to get the kids involved in music and blues in the schools. It could be jam sessions where blues musicians mentor and teach these kids. It wouldn't be in the schools, so it would be like jam sessions in the public. Parents could attend. There may be some great venues that I've looked at out there. So I just want to put that bug out there. If anybody's interested, you can get a hold of me and maybe we can get this working. I'll put you in touch with their board president. I also want to mention that we have a number of events recently. I didn't comment during the student voice presentation, so I decided to hold it till now. If they mentioned diversity, equity, I want to point out that our diversity manual is dated 2020, near as I can find. It was mentioned that Hispanics make up a large percentage of our student population, 42%, 42%, from Latinos or Latino Hispanics. Yet the words Latino and Hispanic is nowhere to be found in that manual. Likewise, part of my heritage is Jewish, and the words Jewish and Holocaust are nowhere to be found. So I just want to plant that bug as well, that we need to publicly vet a new teaching manual for what we teach students and or staff that's done publicly and vetted publicly in a fair and equitable manner. So I figured I'd use my time for board reports for that. That sums it up. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. Trustee Woodley, we'll drop down on you.
All right, thank you. Well, I don't have much to share due to vacation and the holidays. There wasn't much, except I did have an opportunity to join my fellow trustee Mayberry in a meeting with the NIAA and some parents, and I got to see the process of actually getting a sport sanctioned We had some parents that are very passionate about the lacrosse sports, and they would like to see that sanctioned throughout the school district. So that's something that Trustee Mayberry is working on, and I'm going to try to continue to assist him as our NIAA representative. But that's all I have. I hope everyone had a good holidays and have future happy holidays as well. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. Yeah, I thought I was a lot busier than I was, but I think it was because of the holiday. But I was able to get back to Sun Valley Elementary School, and I am just so happy. I'm not only reading to the 3 kindergarten classes there, but I picked up a first grade class and a second grade class, and I'm going to be going back and doing a Christmas story with them here shortly. So I can't say enough about the teachers, the principal, the kids at Sun Valley Elementary School. They're wonderful. And I also did attend a PBS workshop at Spanish Springs Elementary. I would recommend that to everybody. It is amazing. President Kurt Misch and Vice President Nancy Maldonado were there in the classroom also. It was for 3rd graders. They were learning about budgeting. I mean, I learned a lot because I don't budget. But they're adding, they're subtracting, they're using their decimal points. A story was read. They had to use a certain amount of money to take their family out to a restaurant, and what this item on the menu cost, and they had to stay within that money that they had. It was absolutely amazing. And then I also attended the Trees and Lights fundraiser. Again, a fabulous event. They raise money to raise awareness about violence, and it was just awesome to see the community doing things to help others in our community. And that's it. I better get busy next time because this was very, very thin. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Kind of similar to my other colleagues, I think the holidays kind of cut things a little bit, but it was nice to spend time with family, friends. Been very busy, and yeah, just been very busy. And given the time, I just want to kind of move along.
I visited the Newcomer Welcome Center at Libby Booth, learned a lot about their services. They do translation, they do interpretation. A new family comes in, they talked a lot about immigrant families coming in, and they take them personally on school visits. They offer so many resources for family support systems. That's the Newcomer Welcome Center at Libby Booth. We want to do more of those, I believe. Visited Rise Academy for Adult Achievement. They do so many resources for our adult students and different pathways that really fit a unique niche for many students. They have the adult high school diploma. They have what's called high set, that's the high school equivalency. They do English language for English language learners. They do distance education. They just offer so many services for, I would call them non-traditional students, and that's not to be insulting, but they learn differently and their life is different, and they still want to go to school and be a productive student. I went to Pathways to High School at Trainer. That's the CTE and Signature program, and I just have to say the students rocked it. They really were, the adults were there as, the supervisors, but it was the students who were in charge, who told us all about their programs and all about their accomplishments, and those students were fabulous. Visited Anderson Elementary School, and I absolutely can see a pre-K 8th grade on that site. It would be so wonderful for that community, because that community is a walk-in school other than special ed buses. They walk in. It's just wonderful. There was a lot of chatter with the principal about the FMP opportunities. I attended the Piccolo Family Art Festival, and what was really cool about that is that Arts for All Nevada artists were there, and they brought in adaptive supplies so that the students at Piccolo with special needs, some very fragile needs, could do the art activities. And then I did a ride-along with Chief Jason Trevino. We've been colleagues for several years. We attended the Lemon Valley Dolan class project. Lemon Valley Elementary School was awarded $25,000, and they're very excited about it. The good news is they're going to use them for devices. Something I want to talk about in the future is schools shouldn't have to use their money to buy devices. That should be an equality thing. So, had a ball. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. I'll be brief too. Hope everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving season. Thank you, Trustee Woodley, for talking a little bit about lacrosse and our efforts to try to sanction that event. I do have a couple of pictures. I want to share this picture. This was a special opportunity that I had. The two individuals to my left, no, well, if you're looking at it, they're to my right. That's Scott and Sarah Nessel. They're operators of Teen Challenge, if you're familiar with that. Teen Challenge is it's a faith-based home designed for adolescent boys who are experiencing addictions and trauma. It's also one of our school sites for Inspire Academy. Principal Carrie McDonald is on the far left with teacher Janelle Maddoz. And it was a place where where a boy's self-esteem grows and the destructive behaviors, hopefully, of the past will subside. So it was just one of those alternative sites. It's located off the Pyramid Highway on the other side of the Lazy Five Regional Park. So it was a wonderful visit, and I appreciated having a chance to visit with the young men that were housed there as well. And finally, I had a chance to attend Frozen at the Damani Ranch Performing Arts Center. I won't break out and let it go because it would be very embarrassing. But I will say it was a fantastic production, and for those that didn't make it, missed out. There were a lot of young families there and young children, and anyways, it was a wonderful time to bring in the holiday season. So thank you.
All right. I'd like to start off by congratulating all the student athletes here in Washoe County who won local, regional, and state championships. I cannot list them all in 3 minutes, no matter how fast I talk, but congratulations to our very talented student athletes. I visited Mariposa Academy, which is one of our district-sponsored charter schools, and with Director Jenny Hunt, and I really enjoyed seeing their approach. They serve a community that is 100% free and reduced lunch and a very large percentage of English language learners, and it was really neat to see their approach to education and the ways that they've differentiated themselves for that community. I had an excellent experience. This is my first photo that I have. I did a ride-along with Washoe County School District Police, Sergeant Shauna Baker, and she took out Nevada State Assemblywoman Jill Dickman and City of Sparks Mayor Ed Lawson and me out, and we had a phenomenal day watching our school police in action. And when I say in action, action's happening all day. And in addition to seeing our own school police perform in their duties, we spent all of our City of Sparks, and we also were present for as much as the City of Sparks was showing up. At every call we saw happening, the City of Sparks was also dispatched out, and so they were at every one of those matters as well too. And I just want to say a very special thank you to the City of Sparks for that partnership. I participated in some small group meetings on various topics related to the district. And also, Vice President Nicolette touched on this. We were also with Superintendent Dr. Susan Enfield at Lemon Valley Elementary School. They were awarded that $25,000 as the top prize for the Dolan class project. And I want to say a special thank you to Ryan Dolan and Brady Dolan and the Dolan Auto Group. What they do with the Dolan class project is just absolutely outstanding. And so everyone can have a quantification of what that means for Washoe County. Lemon Valley Crowley won the $25,000 top prize. 21 other Washoe County School District schools won $2,000 each, which is a total of $67,000 that the Dolan Class Project invested into our children in this community. So thank you so much. That's incredible. And then my last photo is I was a judge at Huffaker Elementary School's holiday hallway decorating contest. And this is no joke. I thought this was going to be not a hard thing to judge these hallways, but they pour their hearts out. This is the gingerbread hallway. And it was just absolutely incredible. Another one of the hallways ways around the world. In each of the classes down the hall, you stamped your passport and learned about the different ways that different cultures and countries celebrate the holidays and their families. So it was just really amazing. So thank you so much. All right. So that closes item 4.02, board reports. And now we will move on to item 4.03, our superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Smith. So I do just want to say, I've said it many times, but I'll say it again because it's appropriate given the presentation we just had from Paul Mills and Adam and the team. What a gift WC1 is to this one that we should never take for granted. And the fact that it has laid the groundwork for this amazing plan to be brought forward that will, over the next decades, benefit children and families in our community is truly wonderful, and I want to thank everyone a part of that. I want to build on something that Vice President Nicolette talked about our Newcomer Center at Booth. I, too, visited that recently, and I think I will just say that as we look at, and I know that Adam is in these conversations, but as you look at repurposing buildings, there will be a need for a larger Newcomer Center. And Clark County actually has an amazing family welcome and support center that they built. It's a beautiful model. But when I was out there last week or the week before, I forget which week it was, last year they received 200 newcomers. This year so far, 400. And they're on track to probably having 600. So these numbers of students that newly arrive are going to grow, and wouldn't it be great if we had a facility in partnership with the community where families could get access to all of the resources they need as well, a one-stop shop, if you will, Dr. Dye, where, you know, while students are getting assessed and getting the support they need, families are getting interested in information on housing assistance, food assistance, et cetera, et cetera. And so I would love that to be considered. I will also echo President Smith's gratitude to the Dolan family and Dolan Auto Group and their support for our schools in the region. It's truly astounding. And then just two other quick things to celebrate. AACT student Alex Ney was in the Nevada Independent this week, if you missed it. As part of his junior year service learning project, Alex developed an app called the Safety Outreach System that allows users to report drug overdoses and concerns about fentanyl-laced drugs safely and anonymously. And I think we all know there's a need for that. So congratulations, Alex, and thank you for taking on such an important topic. And I will end on a happy note, which is that we'll be sharing more information with media partners tomorrow, but I'm proud to recognize 5 of our high schools that have been expanding access to advanced placement coursework for students, which, as you know, is one of our excellence targets in the strategic plan. AACT, Incline, Damani Ranch, McQueen, and Reno are all being added to the College Board's 2023 AP Honor Roll in recognition of their efforts. AACT, Incline, McQueen, and Damani Ranch are 4 of just 1,700 schools in the country to receive, in addition, the AP Access Award. So let's shout out to those incredible staff for encouraging our students to take those, and congratulate our students for pushing themselves. Good for them. And that concludes my remarks.
That is fantastic and something very much worth celebrating. All right, that closes section 4 and brings us to section 5, our closing items. And we'll start with item 5.01, our public comment.
Sarah Warren. Marcus Garcia Lopez.
Hi, Mr. Garcia Lopez. Welcome.
I'm ready. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I'm Marcos Garcia Lopez, a high school student, and today I stand before you to express my concerns about the possible use of student vouchers in our educational system in Washoe County. All over the country, in states like Florida, that have been the application of student vouchers, where you give students public education funds who are economically disadvantaged to go where they feel like they need to go, like private school or art school. While the concept of school vouchers is a gray on paper, giving parents and students free choice of where they want to learn, it's crucial to consider the negative implications that accompany this approach, and that we should implicate other things that will benefit students. The main con of student vouchers that I have the time to talk about is that they will cause educational turmoil. A lot of private schools and educational programs will turn you away and your voucher if you cannot provide your own transportation. A lot of our most densely populated schools like Hug and Sparks, the students are either poor or middle class and do rely on school transportation. And most who do get driven to school are done so because it's close by. There's also the fact that private schools can reject your voucher altogether. While vouchers may appear to empower parents to choose the best educational option for their children, the reality is that many private institutions can be selective, leaving some students with fewer viable choices. There will also be, accompanying to student vouchers, is an abundance of private schools and programs opening up around the city. And while that does sound nice, we can see, however, from states like Wisconsin, these schools will most likely close down because these types of schools just want to cash in on the student voucher payment, with most of them only lasting about 4 years. In states like Washington, Indiana, and Ohio, they have seen the largest test score drops ever since implementing school vouchers, being larger than the impact Hurricane Katrina had on New Orleans academics. And this is because of these cash grab schools that popped up, which takes away the reason why students would leave the public school education system. You will be leaving a pool of money that a law degree people will want. This can also lead to socioeconomic segregation because you're just creating a bigger gap. What I'm getting at is that student vouchers will actually do harm to the system than make it better, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't give students opportunities to learn what they want. Instead, we should use the taxpayer money to work with unions like HOSA and JRTC. So that.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Valerie Fianaka.
Hi, Ms. Fianaka. Welcome.
Valerie Fianaka for the record. Books are supposed to be tools for empowerment for the mind, feeding it, nourishing it, knowledge to grow and flourish. Unfortunately, our community has discovered pornographic material has been made available to our kids in our school libraries, which is really disturbing. Why is this being allowed to happen? Exposure to pornographic materials leads to distorted views of kids' sexuality, and they form unrealistic expectations about relationships, body image, and sexual behavior, which is extremely unhealthy for a young mind. Flamer is a graphic novel located in the adult section of our public library, but available to our kids to check out at Damani Ranch, Galena, Hug, Incline, McQueen, North Valleys, Reed, Reno High, and Sparks High School. I'm not going to read from the book because there's rampant sexual content, and a community standard has been set by this board, as previous speakers who read from sexually explicit books were shut down due to the content. At a recent Clark County School Board meeting, a pastor was shut down and removed from the meeting for reading from the book. So this issue is not just from your local group, it is statewide and countrywide. Flamer is about an Asian boy who is heading into his first year of high school and is at a Boy Scout camp. Pages 22 and 23 depict hot wieners being slid into another boy's butt. Pages 40 and 41 talk about cocks and balls. Page 76 through 81 is a shower scene and the main character getting a boner. Pages 31, 130, and 133 through 133 depicts masturbation as a group in a tent and masturbation while watching porn. The book is full of homophobic language, Asian hate, suicide, and bullying. It degrades girls and promotes the idea that you are weird and will burn in hell for being gay. Please tell me, where is the education value in any of this material? Unless the board intervenes, this book will make its way into the middle schools. Vaughan Middle School posted the link to the ALA's list of the top 13 banned books in 2022, and this book is on the list along with Genderqueer and All Boys Aren't Blue. Our district and county needs to cut ties with the ALA, ASAP, and remove the pornographic materials from our school libraries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fianaka. Hi, everyone. I know we're always very supportive of all of our community members.
Sandy Tibbet.
Hi, Ms. Tibbet. Welcome.
Sandy Tibbet for the record. So I'm hoping this board can bring some clarity as to why our strategic plan from Performance Fact costs $10 million. Fairfax County Public Schools purchased their 7-year plan for $455,000 for 222 schools. Washington Unified School District paid $255K for their first year of their 3-year plan, with the following 2 years at $240,000 each for 12 schools. And Davis Joint Unified School District purchased their 5-year plan for $91,200 for 22 schools. I mean, all the plans contain the same 5 goals and the 4 pillars. The only real difference is the price tag. Why? I know the size of the district will affect the cost, but no matter how I do the math, Washoe County still comes out on the losing end. Washington School District paid $21,250 per school for the first year. You multiply the $21,250 by the number of our school district, and it comes to $2.2 million for the year. We are paying $1.1 million more per year for our plan. Why? Our content includes the implementation phase for the 3 years at $3.3 million per year. Why include the long-term partnership with Performance Fact when Susan Infield has an in-depth experience with the product and knows how to roll it out successfully? Her name is listed as one of the core planning and instructional focus team members in the development of Highline's 2013 to 2017 strategic plan, which is now being sold to school districts across the nation. Her client testimony on Performance Facts website speaks to the success with her partnership with Performance. In 2017, she was a presenter for a Performance Fact at the AASA National Conference of Education in Louisiana. So again, with all her firsthand knowledge and experience, why would we need further assistance from Performance Fact with the rollout of the plan? These are indicators of a person deeply invested in the Performance Fact product and not our school, district, or our students. It begs the question, did she know she was going to resign before the ink was dry on her contract? Were we the mark? And were we fleeced for millions? Our $10 million didn't even buy an original promise. It's recycled from Highline. Very disappointing. Oh, and our panic button alert system, how's that going?
Thank you very much, Ms. Tibbet. If it helps, I believe that the contract for Performance Fact was around $150,000, and we can get you that information if you're interested in it.
Absolutely, please do.
Yeah, you can just send us that request.
That's what I'm asking for.
Bruce Foster.
If you just send an email, that's how we can get you that, okay?
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Bruce Foster.
Hi, Mr. Foster. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board, and here we are at 6:30 in the evening, and hopefully the next superintendent of schools will switch it back to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And I would like to segue what Mrs. Fianaka was saying. We need to ban the American Library Association because, again, we see and I appreciate President Smith, interrupting me at my last visit here, because again, that was a book that came out of the Washoe County School District Library, and this is in the adult section in the regular library, so that is questionable. And what I am passing out to you is the Miller test, which is an American legal test by which a particular item can be evaluated, determine whether or not it is legally considered to be obscene. And then we also question what the literary value is of that book. And then again, as a reminder, the new ALA president is Emily Drabinski, who is an avowed Marxist as well as a lesbian. And her point is that public education needs to be a site of socialist organizing. Libraries really do. But I did bring another one that I identified, and I am working with Karen England, or taking her lead with the Capital Resource Institute in identifying books. And many of the books I've been identifying are at Reed High School because Trustee Rustlake is in that in my district. So the one that I found of many others, this book is Gay. And this one is all about questions homosexuality, bisexuality, transgender people, from sex to politics, hooking up to stereotypes, coming out, and more. This exploration of sexually and what it's like to grow up LGBTQ also includes real stories from people across gender and sexual spectrums, not to mention all the rest of it. But this is just incredibly graphic, and I'm sure President Smith, by her reaction, will determine whether it has any literary value. And know a secret, straight people have anal sex all the time too. Another one, straight men like stuff up their bums just like gay ones. Why? As mentioned before, the prostate gland located just up your bum feels amazing when massaged. Lots of men, gay or straight, like how it feels.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. We appreciate your comment. And who do we have next?
Michelle Hull.
Hi, Ms. Hull. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Smith. So, granted, I came to this meeting a little bit late today, but from 3:15 on, we really discussed how to spend taxpayer money. This agenda is full of hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer funds, which are being allocated out to vendors. And I want to say that the amount of money that's going out to these vendors, it seems inflated. I feel like a lot of these vendors are connected to the county. They are entitled. They are getting wealthy based on our massively bloated budget. And I say that the school district's budget is bloated because for what we have for a budget and what we were paying Susan Enfield, we get so little in return for those dollars. And then to end today's meeting with the presentation that we should now get ready to pony up $2.2 billion to basically redo all the schools. It's sad because never did we discuss how we're going to pull up our academic standing. We never got to that topic today. And so real briefly, one of my suggestions is to have a parent committee that approves all curriculum, all textbook ordering, all supplementary materials, that is removed from, or partially removed from the sole discretion of this, whoever is doing that now, because our school district is fraught with SEL, CRT, gender theory, which is harmful for our children, and everybody knows that. And now we can add porn into this problematic mix, this winning mix of Washoe County School District. It's disappointing. So that's my suggestion today, is that we start empowering the parents, because according to American University in Washington, D.C., they put out a 5-point roadmap for strong school districts, and point 4 and 5 seemed relevant for our district. Point 5 was put classroom execution and curriculum building in the hands of parents. And they also added putting legislation in the hands of parents. So that's including your constituent base for any kind of legislation that would affect kids in public taxpayer schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Roger Edwards. Pablo Nava Duran.
Hi, Mr. Nava Duran.
I'm not here for banning books, all kinds of stuff, ideology. I'm not here for banning books or any illogical political stuff into school board meeting, but I'm here for support for FIP, how hard work it is. It is repurpose stuff. We especially those building any like reconstruction or validation to bring into older school, all kinds of stuff. That being an assignment for all the students in older area that typically have an economic and social barriers into it, into a new school, like Crossy Pine Middle School, and then we built it at MH School or PA School, wherever what came out for a year later, and then for the MH School, Washington Corbett, it could be repurposed. I know this is a sad day for Colin Wesley because I went to Washington Corbett as well, so this is a sad day for me, but had to do it for the community. And then for the Who's House community, I know they're going to buy some post office there, some post office, and then to build the new Wooster High School over there, post office, and then hopefully it's going to be very excitement for the community as well. So I'm glad to see it's all the middle school around the area get a brand new school and all the solve problems. So for Smithfield, repurpose Smithfield, I think that there could be probably a boys and girl club, like built like near Reno High School as it was. So the boys and girl club, or maybe the new administration building over there, built over there at the Smithfield site. So that's my suggestion. So you have a tough decision for next 2 weeks, so be prepared. If you don't like it, just share with it, so support. So that Pine and Dover option is very controversial, so let's be prepared. So for the next 2 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Nava Duran.
The board received emails from Mark Nelson, Anonymous, and Richard Peterson.
Thank you. All right, that closes item 5.01 and brings us to 5.02, the announcement of our next meeting, which is going to be Tuesday, December 12th, 2023. And now, item 5.03, adjourning the meeting at 6:34. Thank you.